Alright, let's start the stream. First time doing it properly. Drink of coffee. YouTube took a little bit of wriggling around this morning to get it starting the stream. I needed to copy paste over keys and stuff, but all good. New day, new stream. Oh wow. And I have saved for a new mic. Let's see what quests are about. Seagull habit cutback. Let's do a quick race. And then at least I can enjoy some real rewards.
It is a bright day with exceptionally favorable winds. A perfect day for a race.
Change that a bit. No. That's bad times. It's all falling apart.
Excellent work. I can see that the two of you will soon be formidable competitors.
Bastard. Oh. We'll go do this. Do you need to just
Nerubians are still
reset?
lurking around my meadery. Clear them out before they steal my cinder brew.
YouTube chat. Do I need to get a new YouTube thing every time? Pop out. Hit the URL. OBS. Apply. Okay. That's okay.
I need a target. need to get closer.
Or not.
It's too far away. I don't have a target. I'm out of range. I need to get closer. It's too far away. I need a target.
Lovely. What's happening down here?
I don't have a target. I'm out of range. I need a target.
The music's gone.
Then, no.
Aha!
Can you imagine what those multi-limbed freaks would have done with even a drop of Cinder Brew?
Praise be! Third level 80. Good at flying into things today.
We are united in purpose. What brings you here?
I'm not going to upgrade anything yet. Guess I could just use that.
Roads of forgotten knowledge are within our grasp.
Conversation initiated.
Meet with Dagran in the Vault of Memory and assist them in finding Titan distractions.
Glad you comply. Follow me down to the archive and I'll show you what Dagran and I have been working on.
All the peoples of Khazalgar are coming together more than ever because of you.
Need to sell all that shit. Is that for everyone? Never mind.
There we go. Batteries in and supplying power. Let's see what this thing knows. Ugh. Blast it all to the nether.
What's the problem, Dagran?
All these discs are cracked or broken. We'll need more disc fragments if we're to get anything useful out of this machine.
Okay.
I suppose that's where our friend comes in.
Okay. I don't really want to track that. Is this obviously going to happen? Okay, so complete one, I'll have to go there. Yeah, well. That's in the Bruce Surge.
Pesky gulls have been getting too close to the Opal Crag. Thin out their numbers and make them think twice about bothering our equipment.
Oh god, I'm going to be here for ages. Oh dear. just have to see if there's...
Pesky gulls have been getting too close to the Opal Crag. Thin out their numbers, and make them think twice about bothering our equipment. I guess it's a world quest that's bringing people together into a group. So, in an MMO you can't really complain.
I don't have a target.
Just one more. I'll fly around instead. This isn't really compelling gameplay, so I'll watch a couple of YouTube videos that I've been aiming to watch this morning on stream. That's gonna die. Just one more. Oh, squash some eggs. I really hope they can see the issue here. Oh fuck, don't evade. There you go.
That should keep them at bay for now.
Oh, thank the gods.
Eating all that is not good for them anyway.
Special assignment unlocked. Cinderbees subdued. Find a group. Sign up. Sign up. Sign up. Sign up. Full. Full. Yep. Lovely. Let's fucking go.
Cinder bees. Stunning, yet perilous creatures. When their numbers surge, honey production halts, triggering extreme aggression instead.
That will be still.
And some good stats.
Thanks for your assistance. With your help, we can calm them down. and guide them back to their honey-making duties.
I can't loot that.
Right. This doesn't look too bad. Alright, yeah, let's go down there and do a special summon. Oh yeah. Shift M. Need to read up a couple of things whilst we're down here. Da, 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 da. Let's get some Kalani on the go.
Reputation works a little differently in the War Within. There are a lot of ways to earn reputation with the 4 new factions of Khazalgar, some of which are much faster and much easier than others. There are also a whole bunch of rewards you can pick up, and you only have to do these rep grinds once for all of your characters to reap the rewards. So let's go over all of the ways you can earn reputation or renown in the War Within, and some ways to farm that rep a bit faster or easier. Now before we jump in, be sure to hit up that like button and subscribe so you never miss another video. Let's start by going over why you might want to farm rep or renown this time around, because the War Within makes things much easier in general, but also more worthwhile. There are plenty of transmogs, mounts and other collectibles to pick up along the way, so whether you love farming mounts or looking as good as you can with some snazzy transmog, collectors will definitely want to farm up as much rep as they can. For the crafters out there, you can pick up even more Professor knowledge by reaching Renown 12 or 14, depending on the faction, so that can give you an edge with all of your crafts. There are some pretty decent gear upgrades and options, up to item level 597 when you get to the high enough Renown levels. You also get quite a lot of gear upgrade materials as you progress through each
So complete the
track,
race.
including crests, valor stones, and even a free enchanted runed Harbinger crest to upgrade your crafted gear even further. And there are plenty of other currency rewards like resonance crystals,
Someone
extra
didn't
restored
get
copper
the
keys,
message.
kedge, and more.
These are
So there are
earthen
plenty of rewards on
resources.
offer for all kinds of players, but the most important factor to take into consideration here is that everything is account-wide. The entire renown system is tied to your warband, not a single character. That means that all progression made on any character is collected all into one big account-wide pool. All of your ults have the same renown progress as your your main, and anything you do on your alt contributes to that same pool. It's amazing. This means you only ever have to farm rep or grind rep once, and all of your characters will have access to the unlocks. So even if you make an alt in 2 months' time, they would have full access to all of the renown unlocks right away, including those gear upgrades, the profession knowledge, the extra content, all of it. So now that we know what we're actually working towards and the renown grind isn't too bad, let's go through all of the ways you can earn reputation with each of the 4 factions of Khazal-Gar. We're going to go through all of the big one-time rep rewards first, and then look at some of the things you can be doing every week. To start with, working through the main campaign is going to be the first thing you'll want to get done. I imagine at this point most folks have finished this already, but if you are late to the party, or you think you can skip over the story content in favor of just running dungeons and other content, you are going to want to get the main story campaign completed for multiple reasons. The renown and reputation is just one more factor. As you work through each zone, you'll be getting a good chunk of rep with each faction, so the main story campaign is very efficient for rep farming as well. Another huge chunk of reputation can be earned from working through the various side quests in each zone. After
Done all the side
completing
quests,
the
done the main campaign.
you should be able to see all of the side quests that are available for each of the zones. Completing these will reward you with reputation for the zone that the side quests are in, and you can get up to 500 rep at the end of each of these quest
It is an
chains,
excellent day
so
for a
they're
race.
definitely worth
Come
clearing
fly
off
with
your
us.
map. You only get this rep once per account or warband, so it's only worth doing the side quests once if you're only interested in the reputation rewards. Each zone is also going to have a lot of special one-time treasures for you to collect. I would recommend using an add-on like Handy Notes, which will display the location of each treasure on the map, and will also give you some notes on how to obtain the treasure if it's a little puzzle or maybe a bit complicated. For each treasure you pick up, you'll get 150 rep for the zone that the treasure is in, so I would recommend just flying around the map, playing dot to dot, collecting each treasure for every zone, and that will give you a big chunk of rep towards your next renown unlocks. While each character can collect the treasures themselves, you only get the rep once per warband, so collecting them on multiple characters doesn't really add any value here. Handy Notes also keeps track of which treasures you have looted for the rep gains, so you can easily see which ones you still need to collect. Now you may have heard that there are also special lore items that you can interact with scattered around each zone that provide some reputation as well. That's partially true. You can find lore items, you can interact with them, but they don't give any reputation anymore. For some reason, these items broke, and the dev team actually removed the related achievement, so for now, hunting down these lore items doesn't
Did
seem
not
to
see
be
where that
worth
was
it,
going.
but this may be fixed in a future patch or update. Now we also have various weekly activities that provide a whole bunch of rep gains, like the weekly events in each zone. So we've got the theatre troupe for Dawn of Doubt. Make sure you pick up the weekly quest before taking part in the event, so you get your cash and your rep gains. In the Ringing Deeps, you can find the Awakening Machine event and talk to Speaker Kuldaz to get that started. When you zone into the event, you should get the quest pop up to defeat 20 waves, but the reputation gains actually come from completing the waves and then opening the boxes outside of the event area next to the NPC who you just talked to. For every 5 waves that you complete, you'll get 1 box, so you do need to complete all 20 waves if you want all 4 boxes, and if you open all 4, you'll get 1,100 reputation, so don't forget to open the boxes outside. You can also pick up the Rolling Down in the Deeps weekly quest, which asks you to collect 10 odd globs of wax. You can pick up this quest from Norbles in Gundagaz. Getting the wax is pretty easy, just go digging in every disturbed earth pile you see, and you'll get 10 in no time. This rewards you with another 1,000 reputation for the Assembly of the Deeps. For the Arathi, we have the Spreading the Light event. This is super easy. You just need to collect some radiant fragments from the floor or from killing enemies, and light 4 of the lesser key flames found in the area. That's it. You don't have to do anything else in this zone to complete the event, and you'll get 1,000 reputation very easily. But there is a lot more potential here if you can spend a bit more time. Every lesser key flame you activate will also open up another weekly quest. Each of these weekly quests rewards you with 200 rep, and they're pretty quick. You mostly just have to do a few chores around the farms, and you might snag some rare kills as well while you're at it. Almost
Hope
every
you
large
brought
bonfire
tools.
flame you see here will have a lesser key flame nearby, so there really are a lot of quests here you can complete every single week to grind your Arathi reputation a bit faster.
Measure twice.
And then for
Cut
Ashkahet,
launch
they
my
don't have
back
an
while I
event per se,
commune
but
with
they
the
do have
machine.
another weekly quest which asks you to dedicate yourself to one of the 3 Severed Threads factions. When you choose a pact for the week, you'll get a weekly quest which is a standard fill up the bar style quest. You can kill rares, complete world quests or quests, and just generally take part in the zone to fill this bar up. Hand that back in and you'll get 1500 rep with the Severed Threads faction that you chose, and 2500 rep with the Severed Threads faction themselves. Choosing a pact will also open up some other content for the
take it
week,
easy.
like the world quests in Ashkahet to earn even more rep with your chosen Severed Thread faction. Now, something else you want to keep an eye on are the special assignment world quests. You should get 2 of these per week and they're usually very easy. The only drawback is that you have to complete 3 other world quests in the same zone to activate the special assignment, so it can take a little bit of time. Each special assignment you complete will give you 200 reps for the faction related to the zone that you're in, so that's going to be a nice little boost, and you're probably going to want the cash drop as well. Thankfully, those 3 world quests you're going to complete are also going to give you some rep. Every world quest will reward you with 50 rep for the zone that it's in, so clearing the map of world quests can start to add up quite quickly as well. Some world quests can also reward you with bonus rep as their reward, so keep an eye out for those especially. If you want to squeeze out just a little bit more reputation for each world quest you complete, you can also pick up a contract. These are created by scribes and you can find them on the auction house. You can only use 1 contract per week and it is account wide, so you'll want to choose wisely. The higher the tier or quality of the contract you use, the more rep you're going to get, but it is quite small. It's only 15 rep at rank 3, and they can cost you a very pretty penny. Still, if you have plenty of gold and want some more rep, that's something to keep in mind. You're also going to want to kill every single rare that you come across while adventuring out in the world. Every rare you kill will give you 150 reputation with the faction tied to the zone that the rare is in, so if you run out of things to do, you can spend some time hunting or camping rare spawns that you haven't managed to kill yet. These rep gains also seem to get reset weekly, so you can go out rare hunting, collect a bunch of rep, and then do it all again after the weekly reset rolls around. I personally just kill every rare I come across now, just to make sure I've gotten credit for the current week. You will also want to pick up and complete the dungeon weekly quest in Dornagal. This is super simple, just complete the dungeon the quest asks you to do, hand that back in, and you'll be able to choose a faction to earn 1500 reputation with. You want to do this one every week for sure. It's a massive chunk of rep for very little time investment. You can also find a couple of PvP quests over in the PvP area in Dornagal. The first one is available to everyone and will rotate each week, so it may ask you to do different things, but they're going to be PvP related. The week in which this was recorded, we got the Arena Skirmish quest, and completing this PvP weekly can net you an extra chunk of reputation with one of the factions. Now, if you have War mode on, you can find another quest here which asks you to collect Sparks of War. You can earn these by completing all kinds of objectives or content while War mode is on, or just by killing other players. This quest will give you another 250 reputation for one of the factions. Now, something that a lot of players don't seem to know about is that completing delves can net you some huge reputation gains. It's not just any old delve though, the reputation only comes from bountiful delves and only from the special locked chests that you can find at the end. There are 2 big problems with this farming method. First, you're going to need a restored copper key to open up those locked chests. The keys are limited to about 4 per week, so this is by no means an endless farm, and those keys have other rewards tied to them like gear, which increases the value of the keys to the point where most players are actually holding on to their copper keys until they can play the delves at the higher tiers in Season 1 to get the best gear rewards available from each key. That does mean though that we'll eventually reap these rep rewards when the season starts up and folks start using their keys up. But there's another problem with the rep earned from bountiful delves. The faction that you earn the rep with seems to be entirely random. That means that you cannot use bountiful delves to focus on one faction or another. You get what you get and just have to hope it's something useful. That's probably fine for the folks who want to get everything to max renown ASAP, so just keep in mind that if you run a delve in the Dornagal zone, that doesn't guarantee you're going to get Dornagal rep. One useful tip that I do have for you here is that even if you're saving your keys on your main character, you can use any alts that you have and their keys to farm reputation while saving the good stuff for your main. Obviously, this only works if you actually have alts and don't necessarily care about gearing them up, but if you have alts you don't care about, their keys might give you a pretty big boost to your reputation farming, as every bountiful delve you complete and unlock that chest at the end is going to reward you with 1000 reputation for a random faction. You're also going to want to keep your eyes on the in-game calendar, specifically for when the Darkmoon Fair is in town. When the Darkmoon Fair is active, you can grab a buff from riding the merry-go-round that provides you with 10% bonus experience gains and 10% bonus reputation gains. That 10% bonus is going to be
When's that?
huge for the one-time rewards especially, like the side quests and the treasures. But it's
Darkmoon
also
Fair
going
is
to increase
on
the
at the
value
minute.
of the big weekly quest
Okay.
rewards like the Dungeon Weekly and all of the weekly event rewards as well. So if the Darkmoon Fair is in town, don't forget to go pick up your rep buff before handing in all of this stuff. But that's how you can farm reputation and renown with the 4 new factions in the War Within, so that's it for this video. Are there any specific rewards that you're working towards in the renown system, and does the whole thing being account ride make you more interested in this kind of content? Leave all your thoughts in the comment section below. A big thank you to all of our supporters over on Patreon and to all of our members here on YouTube. You can see the names floating by on the screen. If you're interested in supporting the channel, you can find the link in the description or click the join button just below the video. If you enjoyed the video or found it useful in any way, make sure to subscribe and ring that notification bell so you're always kept up to date. Thanks for watching, folks. Good luck and have fun, and as always, I'll see you next time.
Alright guys, so I'm going to give you a little bit of a heads up of what we're doing. I got reached out to the other day. I got reached out to by some random person actually. They just, they reached out to, there's like some kind of ticket system in our Discord. I think it's for people, I think the ticket system is usually for people who are looking for some kind of carry or to like buy raid coaching maybe. So, someone signed up under that, I guess, and other contact with us, probably because I don't read my DMs and shit. And here's what they said. So,
this video is sponsored by Squarespace. Hello Internet, Taliesin here. Today we are talking World of Warcraft, The War Within. We are talking the Magni's Sacrifice cinematic, which caps the leveling campaign quests in Second Zone, The Ringing Deeps, and we are jumping straight in with a deep dive cinematic analysis, which honestly should give you some idea of how good The War Within is right now. I don't think Dragonflight or Shadowlands had honest-to-goodness leveling cinematics that were good enough, impactful enough, layered enough, packed full of cool references to point out enough that we could do this. Early days, I know, but it really is starting to feel a bit like Legion. This cinematic's brilliant, I can't wait to talk about it, but normal disclaimer, this is not a reaction video, okay? If you haven't seen this playing game yet, then this will be a terrible way of watching it, because we're going to be stopping and starting and skipping bits and talking all over the top and generally just having a lovely old nerdy time. So if that sounds like the kind of thing you'd be interested in, join us as we talk stories,
Didn't know what to target then.
old god whispers, and yet more proof, if anywhere needed, that Azeroth is not the Titan world soul that we have been led to believe. Okay? Go, 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 go. We are probably going to need a little bit of background on this cinematic before we talk about it properly. So, quick history lesson, I promise. But the three main characters that we quest through in this zone are Magni, Moira, and Dagran. Magni is the previous king of Ironforge. Moira is his daughter, whose gender he was incredibly disappointed by, really wanting a son, the idiot, and also kind of being old school sexist, which meant their early relationship was incredibly strained. More so when Moira's mother was killed and Magni started raising Moira as a warrior to protect herself, something she had absolutely no desire to be. More so when Moira then got captured by the Dark Iron Clan and then rescued by, well, me, or maybe you in Vanilla WoW. And then more so when she She actually refused to be rescued because she had fallen in love with Dark Iron Emperor Dagran Thalrissen, who I just killed, who you'd just killed, and was carrying his child. That child is Dagran, the third character in this cinematic trio. In the build-up to Cataclysm, Magni communed with the Earth in an attempt to get to the bottom of all the elemental disasters that had started cropping up. Reading from a stone tablet in a ritualistic ceremony where he said the words, "For behold, we are the earthen of the land, and its soul is ours, and its heartbeat is ours." The earthen, of course, being the stone titan constructs that dwarves evolved from with the curse of flesh. But, you know, fair to say those words have taken on a much more immediate relevancy in this expansion, right? This ritual didn't really work, turned Magni into a straight-up diamond, and everyone was like, oh, poor old Magni, he's dead now, he's a diamond. And Moira was like, hi, it's me, Moira, I'm coming to claim my throne for the Dark Irons, and took over Ironforge, and it wasn't until Varian Wrynn intervened that everyone calmed down and set up the Council of the Three Hammers, where each of the three dwarf clans now rule equally. And that was that, up until the build-up of Legion and the Fault Lines cinematic, where Moira is seen visiting Diamond Magni as one would visit a grave, and then he just straight up wakes up and starts walking around as a big old Diamond Man. Now, at first, Moira is ready to fight him because she thinks he's back to reclaim his throne and disband the council, something she obviously cares passionately about. But no, he says he's back because Azeroth speaks to him now and warned him about the coming Legion invasion. He also mentions a vision where he saw a spear of molten fel piercing through the heart of the world, a prediction that in hindsight we maybe should have paid a bit more attention to. And from then on in, he was the speaker, Azeroth's conduit to the world. But at the beginning of the War Within, we find him despondent, because while everyone else is now getting visions from Azeroth in the form of the Radiant Song, she's stopped talking to him, and he's kind of bitter.
Yes,
I feel
it's
like he's
fucking
the
mad.
kind of guy that would definitely go through your phone when you go to the bathroom if he was your boyfriend. He manages to commune one last time, to be given a vision so strong it puts him in a coma, and when he comes to, he tells everyone to head to Khazalgar, which doesn't go quite to plan, where we do eventually meet the Earthen, who call Magni a Thragar. More on that later too. So the Earthen. These particular Earthen are Titan constructs that are tasked with protecting the Coreway. That's the huge tunnel path thing that starts in Dornogal and supposedly travels right to the heart of the planet before it was damaged in the Nubian attack. They live basically forever because they're made of stone. They just need to pop into the Awakening Machine every few thousand years to get juiced up and also have their memories wiped so their heads don't explode with memories. But the Awakening Machine is out of order, which means their numbers are dwindling as one by one the Earthens slip into stasis at the end of their current battery charge. It is the major existential crisis facing the Earthen as we arrive. And throughout the Ringing Deep Zone, we discover that High Speaker Eirik has made a deal with Xal'atath in desperation to restore the machine and save his people at the teeny tiny cost of them becoming one of these Skardin. During an encounter with one of these Skardin in questing, we see Magni channel the power of Azeroth to save Dagran, though he doesn't exactly know how he did it. The zone story climaxes with the player and the three generations of dwarf fans storming the Stone Vault and facing down Eirik in front of the Awakening Machine itself. And this is when the cinematic plays.
It is done! Now, with this power, all shall awaken.
So the opening shot of the cinematic shows us standing atop the steps of the Awakening Machine, which is looking disturbingly voidy, the otherworldly purple contrasting to the warmer, homelier orange glow of the dwarfen aesthetic that frames it. And this position that we find him in with his arms outstretched can't help but make us think of Magni's position when he was the frozen diamond statue, and indeed later on in the cinematic as well. A contrast that, just in case we didn't come into it naturally, Blizzard put Magni in the foreground of this shot just to jog our memories. This mirroring of the pose showing us the contrast in their positions. Magni is Azeroth's representative here, Eirik is serving the Void's bidding. And as he tells us that we are too late to stop his amazing plan, we see these writhing, almost gaseous, voidy tentacles emanating from the crystal at the heart of the machine. Obviously, these are reminiscent of loads of imagery surrounding Xalatath this expansion. Most obviously, the cool, voidy death tentacles she uses to bop Khadgar and
Someone
Dalaran,
didn't
but
get
also
the message.
awesome image of the
These
world
are
soul
earthen
used in the War
resources.
Within Date
We
announcement
need you to
cinematic,
mount a
where we see the
defense.
exact same kind of smoky fingers reaching around the world soul, seemingly as helpless to the encroaching void as these sleeping earthen are in their Han Solo pods. It would also probably be remiss not to mention the way N'Zoth appears in the Rise of Ishara cinematic. Also, a tentacle-like gas cloud. Oh, and by the way, the Xalatath quest line in 8.15, which leads into the Rise of Ishara, features the specific old god whisper, "All that was sleeping shall be awakened," which is definitely a phrase that seems to have found its way into Irik's vocabulary, isn't it?
With this power, all earthen shall awaken.
Because the sleeping earthen are set to be awakened at last, but in the service of Xalatath and the Void
Confrontation
rather than their
detected.
Titan Masters.
Fanatics
Something that
are
you would have to
attacking
say
the
probably
earthenworks
reflects
again.
Xalatath's plans
We need
for the
to subdue
World
them.
Soul itself. And then, when he disappears into this void portal, exactly as we have seen a Ridicron in the past, maybe not exactly like a Ridicron, because whereas that stone badass turned his back on us nonchalantly to walk away, Irik doesn't quite have the guts to do that, does he? Backing into the portal like Meme Homer into the bush, just to be safe, you know? A small, seemingly insignificant difference, but one that I think does give you an impression of Irik, perhaps betrays a naivety in how much trust he has in Xalatath, who is presumably the other side of the portal behind him. Iridikron has real power and might well be using the void to his own ends. Irik is very much a pawn in this game of Xalatath. In all honesty, he'd probably do better to keep his eyes on her rather than us.
Violence authorized.
I need to get closer.
No more.
We've lost them all.
And as those voidy tentacles reach out to the army of powered down earthen in the pods to remake them, and if you see this in game, there really are just hundreds and thousands of these things to remake them in its own image. Magni, already remade in the image of Azeroth perhaps, is truly defeated. But look and listen really carefully as he says, "It's over."
It's over.
Did you catch that? At the moment when all seems lost, there's a low bassy sound and the light on his face brightens just slightly, just like his whole body did when he saved Dagran earlier. Azeroth is still there, and although Dagran doesn't see this happen, he knows what his grandfather is capable of.
Granda, you can stop this. I've seen you wield Azeroth's gift. It's you. You're the only one who can save them.
And I love this because Magni clearly has no idea what he's talking about until Azeroth takes over. His head lurching upwards and his eyes shining with power, just like we saw with Tyrande when she became a vassal for Elune in the Shadowlands. So Azeroth is using Magni's body here to communicate with him. We see the churning world soul, the radiant echo visions, whooshing, and we hear her voice say, "It is time." It's funny, you know, because with Irik repeating that old god line earlier, and with this line from Azeroth and what happens next, it makes me wonder if the whole real purpose of Azeroth claiming Magni as her bestest diamond speaker guy in the first place was actually for this specific moment, this specific purpose. Dagran doesn't hear Azeroth's voice, but he can see from his grandfather's face that his mind has been made up, and pride washes over him. Even though Magni and Moira have traditionally had a strained relationship, everything we've seen of Dagran has shown us that he adores his grandfather, even though they barely spent any time together. Although Magni did teach Dagger's stone form, which saved his life when Dalaran blew up, so Dagran isn't surprised that Magni is prepared to make a sacrifice here. He's a hero to this young prince. I mean, he was literally a mythical hero until he came back to Diamond Life in Legion, and you suspect that Magni's willingness to potentially die here is as much to do with not wanting to let his grandson down, with protecting his semi-estranged family, as it is helping the Earthen or saving Azeroth. And as he kneels in front of the machine and calls on Azeroth, I mean, I don't want to be funny, okay, but it looks like light energy rather than the ordered arcane energy that you might expect a Titan Azeroth to provide, doesn't it? We'll definitely be talking about that at some point. But Magni implores Azeroth to pass him a blessing. The only thing that's keeping him alive, don't forget, is diamond hearts of rubbish are beaten by themselves. Diamond lungs have real difficulty breathing without help to the sleeping Earthen. And it does. Azeroth's power radiates out of Magni like a priest's halo spell. Exactly like a priest's halo spell, actually. And actually, right as the power pulses at the end, you do get a flash of blue arcane-like power. Azerite is golden and blue, after all. Azeroth's light literally extinguishes the encroaching shadow, burns it away, and leaves the Earthen in their Han Solo pods glowing themselves with that same light. We get a moment of stillness as Dagran and Moira look around to see that, yes, it's worked. The void has been vanquished before we get our shot of Magni.
You did it, Grandad.
Cold and lifeless, his arms just outstretched, just as they were for years in the bowels of Ironforge when he was first turned into Diamond. But whereas from Cataclysm he was frozen in a scream of terror and pain, here the position represents a giving motion, an offering. You can even point out that original Diamond Magni and Eirik were on their feet, whereas this Magni is on his knees. The difference between trying to command Azeroth and the elements as opposed to now humbly asking for her help for the greater good.
You saved them.
As Dagran collapses into his grandfather's petrified arms before being consoled by Moira, who, after all this time, all the clashes that she's had with her father, sheds a tear for Magni, for her son, for herself and what she's lost and missed out on. This would have been a brilliant ending for the cinematic. If it had ended here, I'd be telling you all about how good it was and how much I loved it and how wow, it's totally back. But it doesn't end here. Oh hey, I didn't see you there. I can give you 2 minutes, which is just enough time to say thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring today's video. If you're anything like me, you've probably been a little bit preoccupied recently, and I don't blame you. But power leveling also 23 hours a day doesn't leave much time for, well, anything else. And like you, I have a need for speed. Thankfully, Squarespace has loads of features baked right in, making maintaining your website super simple, but also lightning quick. I am well known for being lightning quick. First off, you know this little paintbrush icon here? If you're looking for a quick change, Sight Styles is your best friend. It's definitely mine. One of my favorite things I can change in an instant is the font packs. One click, you get an entire vibe change with every single bit of text across your site, down to the letter, switched up automatically. Want to make serifs and sans serifs? Yeah, I do. Boom, and it's already done. Moving on. Don't have time to make anything new for your site? I feel you. Thankfully, Squarespace Embed Block is easy to set up and take any type of content already out there and format it automatically, instantaneously, with nothing more than a URL. Put a Twitch link in there, you can even watch a stream directly on your own site. Why would you ever go anywhere else?
To step up and engage them.
No, seriously, why would you ever go anywhere else? Others, power level those alts. And finally, sometimes you just have to acknowledge that you got a bit too much on your plate. Thankfully, Squarespace makes deleting your entire site a breeze. Well, it's not just a button, it's still pretty simple. I just go here, and then I just have to do this first, and you know, it's not actually as easy as I thought, which is actually a very, very good thing. Thanks, Squarespace, seriously. What are you still waiting around here for? The sooner you get your Squarespace site together, the sooner you'll be saving time by not putting so much time into it. Go right to squarespace.com/TaliesinEvertell, where you can enjoy 10% off of your first purchase of a Squarespace website or domain, or just use the code TaliesinEvertell. That's squarespace.com/TaliesinEvertell.
It's too far away.
Because the cold Magni statue begins to crack like the gargoyle dogs in Ghostbusters, becoming engulfed in the same light that saved the Earthen. Azeroth hasn't left Magni yet. She just needed him to reach the others, but she hasn't abandoned him. I can't lie, but the moment when Dwarf Magni appears again for the first time in 14 years, it got me good. Although I do have some very serious and genuine questions about his clothes. Like, why did his clothes disappear? And if they had to disappear, why did only his underwear not disappear? I mean, I know the answer is a dramatic one. Having Magni be essentially naked shows a much clearer contrast between the diamond body he was just seconds ago and this fleshy, alive person that he is now. And his pants survived because it might have been a bit distracting and ruined the moment slightly to have a full frontal at this point of the cinematic. So I'm cool, I'm happy with it. And the line, "She let me go," is wonderful. And it really does make me think that yes, this is the moment that Azeroth ultimately had in mind for Magni, her true purpose for him. Can't wait to see why that might be later on. But as he pulls his family in close with his arms that can hold them now, in contrast to the shot a few seconds ago where Dagran hung from his lifeless form, and feel them now, the warmth of other people's touch for the first time in 14 years, the first time ever with his grandson. This would have been a brilliant ending to the cinematic. If it had ended here, I'd still be making this video, I'd still be telling you how great this was and how it gave me all the feels, but this isn't the end.
You woke me up. Who are you? I'm Magni.
Because the Awakening Machine isn't just saved from the void, it's been fixed by Azeroth's light, and the Earthen are waking up. Now, I've said before that I'm not like 1,000,000% on board with the Earthen style of line delivery. Their stilted robotic voices make sense, for sure, from a lore point of view, but there are sometimes I think they rob dramatic moments of weight by sounding kind of affected and inhuman.
Under control. The station is in ruins.
But when it works, it's genuinely very cool and really adds something, and I think it definitely does that here. I love this moment where the Earthen asks who he is, and this shot where he's actually surprised by the question, or rather, he's surprised that he's not initially totally sure of the answer. He looks at his living, meaty, impressively hairy hand, and for the first time, he's not a prince, he's not a king, he's not the speaker, he's really just Magni. Free to be Magni for the first time, perhaps. He looks up with a little chuckle in his eyes at this incredibly liberating realization. And if this had been the ending of the cinematic, it would have been incredible. But it's not over yet.
Magni. But who am I?
Because the Awakening Machine isn't just saved from the void, it's been fixed by Azeroth's light, and the Earthen are waking up. Now, I've said before that I'm not like 1,000,000% on board with the Earthen style of line delivery. Their stilted robotic voices make sense, for sure, from a lore point of view, but there are sometimes I think they rob dramatic moments of weight by sounding kind of affected and inhuman.
Who am I? whoever you want to be.
This is what the best WoW cinematics do so well, because in a couple of minutes we've been taken through a roller coaster ride of action and emotion, and by the end of it a very clear shift in the status quo has occurred. The Awakening Machine is back up and running. The Earthen are waking up, but of course they have no memory of their past selves, what they were. They are empowered by Azeroth now, not the Titans, and above ground on the Isle of Dawn there are about to be level 80 campaign quests where the Earthen explicitly abandon their Titan edicts to protect the Coreway and all become unbound to protect Azeroth. Magni's newfound freedom to finally be the person that he is, to be whoever he wants, is meant to be demonstrative of how all of the Earthen now have that same choice as well. It really is a new dawn for them. This will definitely tie into how playable Earthen are a thing, and when Magni, the man who until moments ago was a being of rock, a being of duty, steps forward and tells the newly awakened Earthen, the being of rock, the being of duty, that she can be whoever she wants to be. He's not just the voice saying that, he's the example in front of her. And of course that line, whoever you want to be, isn't just to her, it's not just to all the Earthen in the Han Solo pads, it's to you, the player, as well of course, because thanks to the events happening here, your Earthen that you can play can be whoever you want them to be. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, hang on, did you just say they are empowered by Azeroth now, not the Titans? And yes, I did, because this cinematic is just another entry in a long list of evidence that points to Azeroth not being a Titan world soul, as we've all been led to believe. It's something we've all been talking about for years now, but for me it became unmistakable at the end of the Amyrdrasil raid when the dragon aspects got empowered by Azeroth to regain their powers, and Nosdormu flat out says,
"This is not the Titan's magic."
This is of our world.
And you know, if anyone knows what being empowered by Titan magic feels like, it's the aspects. So I'm going to take their word for it. Azeroth's magic is not Titan magic, it's something else. So it follows that Azeroth is not a Titan, she is something else. I actually think that Magni knows this too. Baelgrim calls Magni Thragar when they meet, because he looks like a diamond Titan construct of legend. The oracles in Sholazar Basin also call him Thragar when he visits them in the Exploring Northrend book, but Magni pushes back. He says it isn't Titan magic that made him, because his power comes from Azeroth, who is not a Titan. And so these Earthen, reborn through the power of Azeroth's light, they are something new too. It's not Titan magic that powers them anymore, it's Azeroth. You can see this visually with the literal chunks of Azerite protruding from this dwarf's rocky form, a customization option for the Earthen playable race that we don't see on the existing Earthen in Dawn, as far as I'm aware. Still not convinced? Okay, here is Maria Hamilton responding to a question where we straight up ask her about this.
There seemed to be a very strong implication that it wasn't the power of a Titan that was empowering them, and perhaps Azeroth isn't a Titan or not. Is there a clarification that you can give us there, or is that purposely vague?
I cannot tell you that.
So if Azeroth is not a Titan, that can only mean one thing. A whole video onto what that means later. But for now, it might be worth considering that in this last year, Azeroth has empowered first the dragon aspects, and now a whole army of earthen dwarves with her own magic. She's building up quite a formidable force here, and it's also worth noting that in both cases, the blessing has freed the people that it has touched. The aspects not being Titan conduits allowed their reunification
Our
and
airship
future. For
engineers
the
are
Earthen,
running
it's nothing less
dangerously
than
low
a
on
liberation
supplies.
from masters
Recover
that were
what
more than
tools you
happy to
can.
wipe them out rather than let them develop their own sense of will. And I wonder if this theme of Azeroth's blessing and power being one of freedom from the oppressive cosmos is intended, and whether it will be important. Okay, we got a tiny bit off track there. But yes, this cinematic is brilliant. It's another reason why this expansion has real Legion vibes right now, and it has been a joy sitting here and talking about it to you today. But what do you think of Magni's sacrifice? Is my praise justified? Is this the end of Magni's arc now, or just the beginning? Personally, I see this as a way for Blizzard to basically remove him from the core group of Planeteers who they seem to have pegged as the World Soul Saga Scions, but maybe you think differently. What cool references or moments did I miss? Because there's always some. Let us know in the comments below. And thanks for joining us today. If you like this video, don't thank us. Thank our patrons who give their actual real-life money to make all of our work happen. And guys, seriously, thank you. Because without you, there would be a whole lot less Taliesin Nevertell. If you didn't like it, downvote the shit out of it. Remember, my name is Minx. No, my name is Taliesin. From me and Evertell. Until next time, cheerio.
Feedback loops like this that just kind of they don't really change in effectiveness all that much, but once you get past a certain point, they really just start to explode. It's like it's very easy to just make them either too underpowered or they just become way too strong. That's not to say that Blood Death Knight can't die if it has like a ton of healing behind their Death Strike, but you need to kill them in certain ways, where you have to threaten to kill them instantly enough that they have to like panic heal a lot for a lot less than what they're capable of doing.
Literally just have to sit on a spawn.
If you go back to Shadowlands Season 3 and Season 4 with that tier set bonus that kept extending Dancing Rune Weapon, it kind of had the same thing. The more haste you have, the more you can extend Dancing Rune Weapon, and the more extension you can get out of each additional second of extension until the point where it snowballs that you get 100% Dancing Rune Weapon uptime. It's kind of the same sort of underlying mechanic there.
Right. Got it.
And I guess there's two ways they're... One way that I thought they would have gone about changing this in the War Within was they could have just tried to cut back on a lot of the things that have made Deathstrike healing kind of go out of control in Dragonflight compared to where it was in BFA, and that is make Deathstrike a little bit more expensive to cast again, make runic power generation a little weaker, maybe the base healing of Deathstrike a little weaker, just kind of naturally nerf it, but they kind of went about it a completely different way than that. So I explained previously how it gets amplified by 3 of our 4 secondary stats and effectiveness. They basically just went and decided, oh, let's just make this not really scale with haste anymore. If you Death Strike once every 5 seconds, that's the most extra Death Strike healing you're going to get out of Death Striking a certain amount of times. And Death Striking once every 5 seconds isn't... You can actually achieve that with 0% haste from gear.
Right.
As long as you're playing well, that is.
Makes sense. So I think you mentioned one way. What's the other way?
Well, the other way is the way that Blizzard did it. They decided to take one of the pillars that causes it to scale, and one that's kind of explicitly tied to a secondary stat, and we're saying, well, this isn't going to work anymore, at least for increasing overall Deathstroke healing.
Got it.
So that has some weird implications with the value of some of our talents that otherwise would increase our power generation and haste itself.
You kind of read my mind, because I was trying to go there where, what does that mean for Blood DK mains going into the War Within, this new kind of Deathstrike change? How is there any difference in the way you approach difficult content, let's say in Mythic Plus and High Keys? Is there a difference in the way you just think about Deathstrike as a button?
Well, definitely, because in addition to how much damage you're getting out of all secondary stats in Mythic Plus, you're also concerned with how much survivability it's giving you, either in the form of self-sustainability or being able to defend against one-shots, or a combination of both. With this change that they've made, haste is now a much weaker stat for mitigation and self-sustainability than it used to be. So on the defensive side of things, haste is probably even weaker than critical strike right now. And critical strike traditionally has been the weakest defensive stat that Blood DKs have had. In addition to that, the damage contribution of haste also goes down, particularly if you're playing Deathbringer. If we back up a little bit and just talk about Dragonflight, they added in a lot of sources of damage, particularly in AoE, that don't scale.
This isn't a fun world quest.
Making Blood Plague do more damage, and giving us easy access to Abomination Limb, and making D&D kind of a thing that you cast more aggressively. If you go look at Deathbringer, it doubles the damage of Blood, more than doubles the damage of Blood Plague again, which is uncapped. have a non-haste scaling source of damage, and most of their damage comes from Reaper's Mark and Exterminate, which is really just a kind of fixed
Oh, come on, get
cooldown
out.
ability that happens at a set frequency with no haste scaling at all. So, and this is really weird if you consider back in Shadowlands Season 3 and Season 4, haste was the best stat because of how it interacted with your set bonus, so it has gone from the best stat to potentially the worst stat if they launch the game as it is, and if you do end up using Deathbringer due to the tuning.
Can't be bothered trying to kill the big elite.
You know, in terms of gearing and prioritization, there's a lot more to think about, and naturally, I'm sure you keep everyone posted with kind of your guides and whatnot going into the War Within launch. I kind of appreciated the explanation behind the changes in Deathstrike and how people should think about it as kind of a self-sustained kind of button going into the new expansion. Kind of want to take a step back here a little.
I need to get closer.
You know, Blood DK, I think, has kind of garnered a lot of attention going into the War Within because of the class rework, and I'm sure there's a lot of new people who are keen to just check out Blood DK. Now, for people who check out Blood DK as a new player, I think a lot of the questions they initially have is around, hey, this is clearly the tank with, you know, a ton of defensive cooldowns from kind of like Dancing Rune Weapon, you know, Vamplar, IDF, AMS, etc. Like, how do you think about it as someone who's been so seasoned in IKs? Like, how do you think about all those defensive toolkits, some of which have offensive properties? Like, what do you use in certain scenarios? How do you determine what to use? How do you think about that?
Okay, well, there's a few things you want to consider when using your defensive cooldowns. I think the first thing to say is that you usually want to prioritize your strongest defensive cooldowns first. And the main exception to this is if you're in something like a high Azure Vault Key where you really need to strategize how you're using your defensive cooldowns just to be able to survive all the one-shots. But if we're just in kind of like a general situation dealing with consistent damage coming our way, we would definitely want to use something like Dancing Rune Weapon first, which has, not only is it a strong defensive cooldown against like traditional trash pulls, but it's also it also provides a lot of offensive benefits. In particular, it's the only defensive cooldown we have that's really doing that. Then you look at something like Vampiric Blood, which, once you consider the healing amplifier that it's applying to our Deathstrike healing, is also one of our strongest mitigation cooldowns. And the benefit to both of those cooldowns as well is that they both have a relatively short cooldown. Like, you can use them aggressively and you won't get punished too much for it, because with all the cooldown reduction effects in Dancing Rune Weapon, you'll usually get it back in less than a minute, as long as things are constantly attacking you. This isn't true, right? And with Vampiric Blood, it's like you can get that down to around 30 seconds as long as you are using your full rotation properly. And then you're mostly using your other cooldowns, Icebound Fortitude, AMS, Rune Tap. Those are really space fillers, or using them for like miscellaneous functions. So when you don't have Dancing Rune Weapon up, when you don't have Vampiric Blood or Umbilicus Eternus active, you are like bridging the gap. With these other cooldowns, just because once you use these, you won't get them back for a while, so you definitely want to be a little bit more methodical with those. With these other cooldowns, just because once you use these, you won't get them back for a while, so you definitely want to be a little bit more methodical with those.
Why wasn't it available? Enabled. Oh, that's really frustrating. Okay, well it is now. It is enabled. It is enabled.
But we, as you mentioned, we have so much defensive cooldowns that in order to get like good usage out of them, it's sometimes appropriate to stack them just so you can actually get some mileage out of them, but you don't want to go too far with stacking defensive cooldowns, otherwise you are going to be left with a lot of situations where you don't have anything active, and that's where you're most vulnerable to die,
Right.
especially in harder content.
Right, that's helpful context. And my next question is also kind of related to this idea of like surviving and kind of using defensives. A lot of the people who kind of try out Blood DK, and they play it to maybe, I would say, 80% of the spec's potential, right? They read a Wildhead guide, they follow the general principles, the priorities, and they can get to do the majority of the content. But for someone like you who you've gotten, the Mythic Plus title for Blood DK so many seasons now, I think the concern is that as people start pushing hierarchies, like there's always this, I would say the highest risk amongst all tanks to get one shot is probably the Blood DK. How do you kind of think about that problem? Like, what's the biggest difference between someone who just reads a Wildhead guide, plays Blood DK to Portal level, versus you who got Mythic Plus title every season? What's the difference maker here to surviving?
Particularly in hierarchies. Well, there's a couple things I want to touch on there. First of all, you mentioned, there is this general perception that Blood DK is vulnerable to one-shots, and that's completely true. If you look at the seasons where Blood DK was strong, it was in Shadowlands 3 and 4 when we had Dancing Rune Weapon up all the time, and it made the chance of you getting one-shot that much lower because you had 40% parry, and you were able to use your other defensives always layered on top of that because it was just a given that you'd have Dancing Rune Weapon if you were playing correctly. And in Battle for Azeroth Season 1, I'm not sure how much you were playing that time, but that was a whole different ballgame with regards to how strong healers were and how self-sustainable tanks were.
Yeah, Disc Priest and DK.
Not so much a Disc Priest. I'm more just saying that, especially at the start of that expansion, people did not die to burst damage. You just died to bleeding out. And given that that's how that season played out, that really benefited Blood Death Knight. You could also say it benefited Blood Death Knight that it had competitive damage those seasons as well.
Right.
But for sure, they weren't as vulnerable as other tanks even to getting one shot just due to the dynamics that were going on.
Right. So it's more like the damage profile and pattern that I guess people are dying to in various seasons.
But particularly in high keys, I would say defensive cooldowns are very important, but it really is important that you're doing your normal rotation well. And the normal rotation for Blood DK is just a lot of plate spinning. You have a bunch of small tasks that are all easy to do in isolation, but you're just trying to do them all at the same time. So you want to make sure that you're not death striking too much, otherwise you won't have enough runic power to deal with incoming damage. You don't want to death strike too little, otherwise you might be wasting runic power. You want to death strike it if you're low enough health to actually get good healing out of it, but if it goes too low, then you're just going to die before you get the death strike off. You want to generate enough bone shield to get enough benefits, but if you generate too much bone shield, you're going to waste resources. There's just a number of little things like that that you just need to do simultaneously. And if you want to get good at the spec and at the rotation, really the two ways you're going to get good at doing something like that is just either getting a lot of practice, so a lot of it becomes natural and you can do the plate spinning a lot easier, and you should probably do this at the same time, try to streamline your UI to make doing as much of this simultaneously as simple as possible. And if you want to know the difference, but if I go look at a log at a bunch of higher rated Blood Death Knights and a bunch of lower rated Blood Death Knights, there isn't necessarily any one issue that's more common in particular on lower end Blood Death Knights. They just have more issues in general, and the issues are of higher severity. Like you see a lot of high end players making the same mistakes that a lot of the low end players make. It just doesn't show up nearly as commonly, and not in combination with other things. So as people get better at the specialization, they just, even though they might not be perfect, they are better at doing everything at the same time with higher consistency.
Right. Going back to a bit more about the idea of getting one shot, right? Like, how do you, I think you mentioned earlier that there is a common perception that Bloody Keys are more vulnerable to one-shots. Like, especially going to high keys though, like, is that all down to just meticulous planning of defensives? How do I minimize my kind of probability of getting one shot in those kind of title range kind of keys?
As you get higher in key level, I would say the defensive rotation becomes more and more important, but you also need to just not panic when your health is ping-ponging between 10% and 100% over and over again at the high keys, because if you start screwing up your core rotation too much, even if you're doing the defensive rotation properly, things can kind of start falling apart. I would also say the pull setup is also difficult on Blood Death Knight, especially if you're going into pulls without a lot of runic power setup, because there's a lot of quote-unquote setup globals that you need to do at the start of a pull, and especially if you've low runic power, a lot of those setup globals are not helping you get to that first death strike, which is really where you start to stabilize. So knowing how to approach pulls in a way that lets you commit as few defensive cooldowns up front as possible, while also taking like not as much damage, but still establishing threat on everything and getting it grouped up is kind of something you need to learn on a pull-by-pull basis in all of these dungeons.
When it comes to routing optimization as a Bloody K, like, is there something that you pay attention to? And I'm only asking this because I feel like different tanks have different profiles when it comes to like rounding up groups and whatnot. Bloody K naturally being really good at displacing mobs, but when it comes to routing for yourself, for your group and the friends that you play with, like, is there anything that you do differently? Do you look at the meta routes, or do you kind of go about the route thinking about what's good for Bloody K in terms of like rounding up and whatnot? How do you think about routing?
I think you need to do a combination of both. So let's say we're talking about Dragonflight Season 2 with the original God Comp with Guardian Druid. There's a bunch of pulls that were let's just say that they were bear pulls. Guardian Druids could do them pretty comfortably, but a lot of other tanks would struggle with them. If we were looking at something like Freehold, I would imitate as much as possible what Guardian Druids would be doing, but I'd also try to understand where I can cut back and like shift things around, and maybe even create an extra pull or two in the dungeon just to make it more consistent. I'd say in general, for people pushing, it's much easier to get into a trap of doing something that's too aggressive than getting stuck doing something that is not aggressive enough in the dungeon. Because if you are doing like the safer route option, you'll at least finish the key and you'll get a good sense of where your timer's at. If you're doing some really hard pull because you think it's a good idea and it ends up wiping you 5 times in a row, you'll never finish that dungeon and really know where your timer's at. And this has happened to me before. You might go do something easier and more consistent on the 6th attempt at the dungeon, and oh gee, you still had a minute left in the timer and you really didn't need to even touch that pull at all. So especially until you get to like the really cutting edge keys, I would try not to jump in deeper into the routing pool than you have to, especially if you're in a pug environment and you're just going to overload people with complexity. Because some of those larger pulls too, you need to really, there's kind of a learning curve to even being able to do the pulls in the first place. And it's an investment, and if you're playing with random players all the time, you'll never really be able to get that group progression on those pulls.
Right. You mentioned a bit about kind of a learning curve, and I would like to ask, let's say you're trying to push high and high keys, trying to push for title on Bloody K. Inevitably you face, I guess, moments where you just get kind of 100 to 0, you get global. And if you're trying to troubleshoot that problem, what's your personal approach when you're trying to do keys at highest level for each seasons? How do you think about those moments? How do you learn from your mistakes? Do you watch your VOD and you think about where you could have popped the defensive much better? Like, how do you troubleshoot that?
While there are some times where you die from 100 to 0, and sometimes it's sporadic, usually if you die as a Blood Death Knight, you kind of see it coming ahead of time. You aware that's like, oh, okay, five seconds from now, I don't have any defensives up, and I might be like a little low in your power, but you might be in a situation where you can't really do a whole lot about it. I would say in particular healer externals or something, like you don't have to do a whole lot of communicating with your healer, but if you work their externals into your defensive rotation, it can really make things a lot more solid if you're utilizing it well. Even though I understand that calling for those are a little troublesome because you ask for the external and you're not really sure if you're going to get it instantly or if you're going to get it 5 seconds from now, and then something like Blood Death Knight, that can actually be a problem.
Gotcha.
Oh, but I may have lost sight of the original question here. Oh, okay. How do I actually review what's gone wrong? I would say just normally I know, especially if it's my own deaths, and I just look back on the pull and it's like, okay, am I taking too much avoidable damage, or is this pull just something that's not a good idea to keep doing, depending on how dangerous it is versus other pulls and where I think I can move things around. So you really want to try to consider it from all angles, because it might just be a case where you're really unlucky, but it could also be a case where there's something you could improve just to make your success chances higher, doing a different strategy or even like a different setup on the pull. There's a bunch of small optimizations you can make that can actually make a big difference depending on the exact situation.
Right. Earlier you mentioned the need to kind of and you know, high-end players sometimes they make the same mistakes as well, which is in terms of like your rotation and kind of like your prioritization of getting certain abilities out there. You know, sometimes people do slip up, and you know, I think a lot of people, they go through playing a specialization not thinking about them messing up their rotation, because you only really think about it when you start hitting a wall where, I don't know, like you die, you're not generating enough RP, and you start to think and reflect about where you went wrong. What's the best way someone can kind of like go about thinking about, you know, optimizing their rotation? Because earlier you mentioned like it's like spinning plates, right? And yes, your user interface, they do help, but is there other ways where people can look at other Blood DKs who are better players and kind of just observe them, and what would you say they need to observe when looking at better players play Blood DK? Let's say someone to tune into your stream, what are they supposed to pick up on or focus on in terms of like the common rotational mistakes?
Well, I'm not sure how much they'd pick up looking at my stream trying to understand what abilities I'm casting, but with that to the side, I would say that that's a good question, but also one that doesn't necessarily have a good answer, because again, like with Blood Death Knights, you're trying to balance a lot of different things at the same time, and if you're trying to compare what you do to another person, it's really hard to watch what people are doing global by global and look at the full context of all the globals they're making.
Over a million.
To some extent, you mostly just need to look at what you need to do on paper, and then just try to audit yourself and see, okay, am I really doing this? I do a lot of log reviews for people, and it's usually pretty easy to pick up on what mistakes they're making, because I'm just used to looking at these sorts of things. But and some of this they'd be able to check themselves with websites like WoWanalyzer.com. But again, they'd have to know like what to look at and like what ranges are problematic and what would be normal. So
right, okay, that's helpful.
Unfortunately, yeah, it's a hard thing for people to be able to do themselves, but it's not impossible.
Right. That's helpful color regardless. I picked up on something you mentioned earlier about working in your healers as externals into kind of, you know, your rotation and whatnot, which is also a nice segue, because I also wanted to pick your brains on kind of the more generic Mythic Plus questions. Earlier you mentioned that you've kind of over time met some friends, especially maybe like a pocket healer, or someone that you really like to roll with in terms of like the healing role or the DPS roles. Let's start with your healer. Is there any characteristics that's really important to you when it comes to like forming a team that you're trying to push for title range every season? Yeah, any common characteristics in a healer that you look for?
I think, but before you even get into anything else, it's important to, do you have the same goals as this healer? Do you enjoy playing with them? Do they have like a good attitude? Like a lot of pushing Mythic Plus is depleting keys, and that's where you ultimately decide, is there something that we can do better? And then you try some things out, and then eventually you just slowly get better at things over time. But there's like a lot of failure involved, and depending on people's attitude, some people take that better than others. So if you want to have an enjoyable experience, you want to be playing with people that you enjoy playing with, even under those circumstances. So I would first look for that. But if we were talking about just like general, like, what's a desirable gameplay skill that to have in a healer, I think it would be someone like let's say you have a healer who runs into an issue on a boss with some sort of healing check, or just someone who's like adaptable and able to think about that situation from multiple angles and be like, okay, how can I potentially fix this problem, and that they're able to fix it, versus if someone just runs into the same problem 10 times and it kills them all 10 times. Just trying to get people that you can kind of grow with.
I love the answer because I think one of the more common answer people will say that, oh, I just probably want a healer that's more communicative and whatnot. But I feel like your answer about how, you know, that they should be adaptable, plus the mindset about, you know, just being able to embrace failure is a very underrated thing. Especially when, like you said, the chances of breaking keys as you get higher and higher is just only gonna escalate. That's an important quality. What about kind of the DPS role then? Like as a tank, is there anything you look for differently in DPS players?
Well, I would say if you're trying to form a group in general, try to get the healer first, because you're not going very far if you don't have the healer, and a good tank and a healer can carry DPS to some extent, at least up to like a pretty reasonable key level. Eventually you do need the DPS to actually be doing good DPS, but if everyone can just stay alive and you can execute cleanly, that will get you a pretty good amount of the way to start. But as far as DPS goes, it's like healers kind of have their own puzzles they need to work out with regards to healing and dealing with different situations. But for DPS, other than them, you know, surviving like general mechanics, there does come a point where it does matter like how much damage they are doing in hierarchies. But I would say initially you just look again, as well as having the same general attitude as I was looking for in the healer. You're looking for them to be good with dealing with mechanics, and then after that you're hoping that they are dealing competitive damage for their specialization.
Right. That helps. Let's take a step back now. Let's talk about, you know, tanking in Mythic Plus just as a role. And you probably do get this on your stream as well. There's people who, you know, they're kind of sick and tired of waiting around for a tank to join, especially after the nerfs in the War Within, and we'll talk a bit about that later. But, you know, for people who are just getting their feet wet in Mythic Plus, you know, dealing with anxiety about tanking keys and whatnot, how did you personally overcome this at the start of your journey, or did it not even bother you? Like, what's your advice for people with like tank anxiety essentially?
I mean, I think it's the same if you're starting any new activity that you're not used to doing. You're just gonna, no matter what you do, you're gonna be bad at it to at least some extent at first, even if you learn quickly and that period doesn't last long. But if you never pick up the ball, you're never going to get good at basketball. So to some extent, you're just gonna have to give it a try and do your best. And, you know, you might not be doing everything perfectly, but you can review what you're doing and then just try to make improvements along the way, and that's how you get better.
Makes sense.
Maybe not the most satisfying answer to hear, or it's like just do it. But at the end of the day, that's
the hard truth. Do it. Yeah. Okay, that's good advice. Now, I just want to also pick your brains on maybe the group dynamics in your groups or your friend groups that you run with. And I like to ask Tanks this question because I feel like I get different answers all the time. When it comes to shot calling, you know, I think in North America, there's definitely a view of like, you know, the tank should be the shot caller. Although I think in the European scene, like, it seems to be a bit different. What's your thoughts, especially as a Blood DK main, where I feel like, you know, like you said, you have to spin plates, right? Like lots of plates you gotta keep spinning. Do you have kind of the cognitive load to shot call, and what's your thoughts on this in your groups?
Okay, so there's two parts to that. One, you kind of indicated that Blood Death Knight might have less cognitive availability to shot call compared to other tanks, and I would generally agree with that, but I want to generally answer the first part of your question there on who should be shot calling. Regardless of who's shot calling, it's going to make whoever's doing it just kind of do all of their other jobs a little bit worse than they'd otherwise be doing, especially if they're being challenged at any given pull or at any given boss encounter.
Right.
So in general, you ideally want the person shot calling who has kind of the lowest pressure on them in any given pull. And you know what, there are some times where that is the tank. particularly on like some less challenging bosses, for example. And there's even some trash pulls where it's not really a big deal for the tank to be calling things. And there's some times where that's the healer, because there are some situations where they really don't need to heal anything. But there are plenty of times where both the tank and the healer have a lot to be doing, and it would be much better for someone like, let's say, a ranged DPS to be calling it, because usually in situations where both the tanks and the healers are stressed out, it's chill for at least one of the DPS to be doing the shot calling. There's also a consideration that, let's say you're doing an AoE stop rotation call out, that someone who has most of the stops is maybe a more appropriate first person to think of for doing that, since they, you know, have ownership for most of what's going on there. You could make the same argument for kick rotations, where you have someone who's melee making the call, since their kick comes up more often than those people. But ignoring that factor, yeah, you're just picking the person who has the least responsibility. And I'd really try to delegate that stuff out at the start of the key as much as possible, because it's a timed event and you don't want to be giving big lectures like in between pulls. Often when, especially at the higher end, you are trying to minimize time between pulls as much as possible.
Fair enough. You know, we spoke a bit about communication as a tank, and you know, like when do you communicate, like you mentioned at the start of key is an important time. I'm also kind of curious about you know, team dynamics, right? It sounds like as you start doing higher keys, that's increasingly important in terms of like mindset. And earlier you mentioned that you know, before you even look for any player to play with in the long run, aligning expectations, the way you approach failure is really important. And yet, you know, there will be nights where things don't go right. You know, like, you know, when you're breaking all your keys and you know, people are making mechanical errors. You seem to be a very, I would say, logically driven person. You know, it comes across in your persona and the way you think about problems. Do you ever kind of tilt, and how do you deal with those bad nights in kind of your groups?
Me personally, yeah, I mostly just tilt when I'm making mistakes on a given night or having a bad night in the key, because I hate the feeling of being like, darn, I'm probably the reason why we depleted that key. But in general, there's 5 people in a group. You only really have control over your own actions, so you should just be trying as much as possible to not be the problem yourself. And as long as you kind of, when you're picking the rest of your team, just kind of keep attitudes in mind, you can kind of head off a lot of the problems just by having people who have more acceptable personalities for that sort of thing in general.
I found your advice regarding finding healers, well, finding your healer first as very practical advice, especially on the bit regarding kind of aligning expectations and, you know, their adaptability when it comes to problem solving. I want to kind of put you in a hypothetical scenario. So let's say you just started tanking, just started to learn how to tank, and you're going through the hard gauntlet, you're doing LFG, and you're meeting all these different healers. Where do you start in terms of kind of the networking process? Because it's easy to say, hey, just network, add people after a key. But how do you personally assess, like, or what do you assess in terms of like, I think this healer could potentially play with me in the long run? Like, what are some of the things that you think about? I know it's a very fluffy question, but it's a very real thing that I think a lot of like tank players face. Like, they don't know how to go about finding that first pocket healer that suits them. Any advice here?
I will say, if you're starting off, there are exceptions to this. A lot of the people that you will play with as you are like going up from like literally max loot item level keys to higher, if you are like in a single season going up like a pretty significant amount of key levels, a lot of the people that you might start playing with might not be people that you're playing with by the end of the season, because some people are maybe going to stagnate lower on, and some people are going to be able to go up higher than that. And this kind of happened to me in BFA Season 1, where, to be honest, that my healer actually picked me up that season, because that was a season where Blood Death Knights were meta. But as far as our DPS is concerned, I think at the time, like the meta was, I think it was like Rogue, DH, and either like a Moonkin or a Mage. So we kind of kept cycling through Rogues and DHs as we kept moving up the ranks, because basically started off that season with no prior high M plus experience and ended up being, I think, like World 27
Wow.
tank that season. Well, Blood Decays were meta, to be fair, but I was terrible at routing back then, so I'm actually surprised I got that high. But yeah, by the end of the season, all 3 of the DPS I was playing with were completely different people. The healer was actually the same one, though, and he actually went on to be pretty good in future seasons before he burnt himself out on the game.
Right. You know, I wanted to ask it because it's such a nice segue. I didn't plan, you know, to kind of really ask about this burnout thing, but you play one specialization for so long, and you know there were good times and bad times in WoW. I'm sure there are times where maybe balancing might have frustrated you a little. Is there a secret behind your longevity of playing Blood DK? Yeah, like this burnout thing. I'm just curious.
I would actually like to link this up with that healer player I knew in season 1. In season 2 of BFA, I had a bunch of stuff going on in real life, so I actually like was on hiatus for most of that season. But he went on to play with a different group, and he made a rank 1 world healer push, which he actually succeeded at, but then he never played the game again. So I think it's important to just play the game at a reasonable level. If it gets to the point where it's detrimental to the rest of your life to a large extent, then that's really where people start to burn out on it.
Right.
And honestly, the one time where I was closest to burning out was at the end of BFA, because I also decided to explicitly play to try to get a world #1 Blood DK that season. But I will tell you, one of the least enjoyable things to do in this game is to explicitly play to try to get a certain ranking, especially like rank 1 of something.
Right.
Because you're going to end up playing it a lot more than you're expecting, the game a lot more than you're expecting it to, even if you do end up meeting that goal. And if you do end up meeting that goal, it's going to feel like a very hollow victory. So you're going to enjoy the game a lot more if you're just focusing on playing for fun. And I've never played for like any specific ranking since that season, and that's the main reason why, because I was very close to quitting and going into Shadowland.
That's such great advice. And I like to comment on that a bit more. You mentioned that even if, let's say, you get to that and potentially like there's a feeling of like you know, you finally get there and might feel a bit hollow and whatnot. I want to kind of ask you about your mentality towards you know, just doing Mythic Plus these days, right? You mentioned a lot about just making sure you're having fun. Do you ever feel like the stress to get score, or does it feel like there's an innate part of you where it feels like, shit, I want to get title, I need to put in the minimal hours? Or do you just simply like log on, well, I'm just going to log on this week and play? Like, what's your mentality towards score now, given you have, you know, you've gotten so many titles already? Does it mean less to you these days? How have your thinking about that evolved?
Well, for Title in particular, by the time Title came around, I was already a player who was consistently in that range, so Title itself never particularly stressed me out. Though there definitely was like, what was it, like Dragonflight Season 3, it's like I wasn't playing a whole lot that season, and I did specifically at least make sure I got Title that season, even though I wasn't doing a whole lot else. But at least with regards to that, no, that was not stressing me out. But again, when I was doing that rank 1 push at the end of BFA, that did stress me out a lot.
Right.
And that's definitely not a situation that you really want to put yourself in.
Right. That's very practical and helpful advice to just real life and just balancing well. I think that's very handy. I wanted to ask you also kind of risk tolerance towards kind of doing new strats, new pulls, new routes. I think there's always this eternal tension about playing it safe in a key that, let's say, could give you score, or could give someone on your team score, versus using every key as, all right, we're going to try something new, we're going to take some risk, because that's necessary to time higher keys. Like, how do you think about the trade-offs and the tension between these two dynamics?
I think first it's important to know where you are with the timer in a key in like a relatively clean run of a route. If you are able to do a dungeon and let's say you have less than 30 seconds left, that's a pretty risky time margin to have on a key, because everyone's not going to play perfect for all 30 or 40 minutes of a key. So if you're putting like a really high performance bar on being able to do a certain route, or if you're just in the situation where it's like you just don't have the time in the key, that's really when you start looking at trying to make your route faster. And the main way of doing that is to like start cutting pulls out of the route. Oh, we did this dungeon in 15 pulls. Well, how do we make this 14 pulls instead? There are some other ways to speed it up, but that's like the general approach you're looking at. And I wouldn't try to overcommit to doing aggressive routes unless you're at the point that you need the time. Because usually if you need to learn something, a new pull, especially if it's pretty complicated and at a high key level, you're going to take like a high key and you're going to maybe end up running that dungeon like 3 times because you might wipe to it the first 2 and you really just want to get the reps in just to be able to do it. Because again, there is a learning curve on some of these more complicated pulls. And hopeful, in most people's situation, it's like you know the pull's possible because you can see other people doing it, but you might not understand the exact difficulties involved in doing the pull until you do it a couple of times yourself.
Right.
And unfortunately, this isn't tournament realm, so you have to sacrifice a key to be able to get that experience.
Fair enough.
Okay. I would check to make sure you need the time first before you do anything too crazy, but that's just me. I think you learn more from doing full dungeons than trying some pull in the first 5 minutes of the dungeon and then depleting it right away.
That's helpful. Maybe one more question regarding, I guess, just being someone who sticks to one spec as a tank, right? I think a lot of people, especially these days, I feel like with the popularity of kind of MDIs and whatnot, I think the meta trickles more and more down to like LFG and stuff. And I feel like there are people out there who potentially feel conflicted between, hey, I really like how this spec plays, but sometimes I'm just kind of sick of being rejected from groups just because I'm not playing the meta tank. Does it get better and easier for you with time because you have made a name for yourself? Like, I'm the Blood DK expert, and people see your name and they know that you're good at this spec and they bring the player instead of the class. I guess I'm just trying to ask, what advice do you have for people, right, who feel conflicted about playing meta versus they really love this tank, they love how it plays, but it's just not meta and they don't know whether it's worth the hassle?
Regardless of the key level you're at, if you're not meta, it's usually because your class is weaker, and that's probably going to be true at all key levels. Unless we're talking about something like Mage or Augmentation Evoker, where you can start making arguments that their effectiveness is kind of in question in the lower key levels for one reason or another, or that it's very skill dependent, let's say, and people might maybe wary about them at lower key levels, even if they're really good when piloted well at higher key levels. But in order to make up for that, you really need to try to provide value in different ways. Like, it helps if people know that you can play the spec at a really high level, yes, but for something like tanking, if you are good at routing and good at like strategizing about how you're doing the dungeons, that can help you. If you're good at shot calling, particularly, let's say if you're like an off-meta DPS trying to get into keys, that can help you out. You're just trying to increase your value in other ways if you're not going to increase your value by changing the class, so to speak. Because when people are looking to form groups, they're trying to, all they see is an item level number and a specialization, and they're going to pick, even if you don't technically need a Vengeance DH to do a plus 15 key, they're probably going to have the average Vengeance Demon Hunter that with a certain item level in Group Finder is probably going to lead them to have a higher success rate than like a Prot Warrior at the same item level and just in the same situation. So you can't really fault them for making those decisions. It's just, it definitely is trickier to navigate. There are some things you can do, but even for me, there are limitations you run into based on the meta. Or at the very least, you can feel the handicap,
right,
in the networking even, and not even in the keys.
That's real feedback right there for people to think about. Okay, I kind of want to switch gears here, and we're coming up to the hour mark in the interview. I kind of want to do a bit more forward-looking kind of questions. As of the time of this recording, we are about less than 2 weeks to the early access of The War Within. A lot has been Blizzard has been kind of tinkering with some of the big changes going to Mythic Plus, especially for tanks. So I'd like to start there. A lot has been kind of discussed about the recent tank nerfs, about tanks being, pretty much more vulnerable in terms of their ability to kind of just self-sustain going into the War Within versus Dragonflight. What's your take on this recent big nerf to tanks in terms of survivability? Like, do you think that's the right direction for tanks to be going? Do you think Blizzard got it right in terms of tank tuning?
Well, it's a tricky question because I've talked to a number of people who've especially played older Blood Death Knights, and it is something that I've heard come up fairly often, that they prefer the specialization be a little less self-sufficient but a little bit more resilient against one-shots as a result. And that's really how the class played in BFA in the beginning of Shadowlands compared to now. But if you look at the tuning, yes, the changes they've made have lowered the self-sustainability of Blood DK, for instance. It's closer to a Shadowlands Season 1 level now, actually, compared to what it is in Dragonflight. But I'm not sure if players necessarily trust that the dungeon tuning is going to change despite these changes. So, now we're less self-sufficient, but maybe we're just going to get one shot just as much.
Yep.
And then we're just in a situation where tanking feels worse. So I think that's the general negative sentiment about it. And that's probably a fair point. Like if we look at things from the game developer perspective, they're probably going to nerf tanks first, and then we're going to go through a period of time where tanking is less enjoyable, like Shadowlands Season 1, where we're getting beat up by mobs that do way too much damage with auto attacks and tank busters, and then a half season or a full season later they actually come in and make adjustments to deal with that. But yeah, I do agree with Blizzard trying to take things in that direction, but the way that they're doing it is kind of weird, particularly with Blood Death Knights I talked about earlier. It's like it's kind of strange nerfs that they're doing to get to get Deathstrike to a weaker state.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, continue.
Oh no, I actually have no idea what I was going to say after that anymore, so feel free.
I picked up on something that you mentioned. You talked a bit about some of kind of like the new dungeons that we're going to face in the War Within. And, I don't know if you had the chance to kind of do beta Mythic Plus dungeons much, but one of the biggest kind of complaints right now, or feedback, is that there seems to be this kind of like overwhelming amount of mechanics in certain pools. And the recent changes to how stops work, it doesn't help the situation, right? Where in the past, where if you stop, a cast with a crowd control, like it doesn't recast, right? But now it consistently recasts. I don't know, like, what's your vibe going into Mythic Plus and the War Within? Do you feel differently about what challenges lie ahead?
We'll see how it plays out. I'm a little skeptical. I think the dungeon that encapsulates this best, actually, is not even one of the new ones. It's looking at what they did with Mists of Tyrnus Scythe. Because that's a dungeon where going into this expansion, it's like people had two main complaints about it. One, the first boss got kind of ridiculous at high key levels just because of the way it's designed. And two, the maze was really clunky and kind of RNG. So coming into this expansion, it's like, oh, okay, maybe they do touch-ups in the first boss and like maybe make maze navigation something you can do in combat or something. But instead they actually did a heavy redesign of all the trash in like the second and third portions of the dungeons to, like, as you said, just have like way more mechanics and a lot of things firing off, and it all being kind of impossible to stop now, where you can kind of control it back in Shadowlands. And yeah, that in combination with the tank nerfs and some of the other changes they're doing, it really makes me wonder how things are actually going to play in Season 1 of the War Within.
It's the big question on everyone's mind. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of like pick your brains there. The other thing I wanted to pick your brains on is, what do you think about the new affix structure going to the War Within? Naturally, just to recap for newer listeners or newer players to WoW, for the higher key levels now, like from plus 12 and above, there won't be any for rotational affixes. It essentially is just like Fortify and Tyrannical, being affixes that's always present. Do you like this kind of structure as a high key pusher? What do you think about this?
I actually hadn't thought about this idea before until they put it in the game, but I like it. Because with the old affix structure, because the affixes existed up at the high keys, the main way to make all the affixes balanced was to try to make them all add a little bit of flavor, but not actually impact the key all that much, as long as you're like playing whatever mini game the affix is giving you to some extent. But that really watered them all down a lot, to the point where they're just kind of a little bit annoying and they weren't particularly interesting, at least with the new structure. I know they're testing out a bunch of affixes right now and they keep making changes to it. They could just make affixes that are generally interesting for the dungeon and without having to worry about if they're like particularly balanced. You know, they could actually design them around just being fun. I'm not saying that all of their new affixes may have hit that, but they could do it if they want to.
Right. You've shared throughout this entire interview some pretty unique perspectives, I think, to problems, and I think a lot of that goes back to you just being a kind of a problem solver by your profession and the way you think about problems. So I wanted to ask you something that is also a very hot topic, right? So augmentation evokers is like a huge, I don't know if you can say problem, but a lot of people think about it like very negatively in terms of, hey, this is a mandatory kind of spec or a role that's locked in as a support role for high keys. If you were Blizzard and you had a magic wand, you could do anything you want, is there anything you would do differently about augmentation evokers and just this support role in high keys?
Well, let's go over the problems with Augmentation Evoker first and why they're kind of a hot button issue in the first place. Because of how Breath of Eons works, it really incentivizes just using 2-minute DPS classes with them. On top of that, they give tanks a substantial amount of armor for, if you use Blistering Scales on Blood Death Knights, for example, it effectively just gives them 10% more health, and that's even without taking into consideration, you know, the max health benefit that they're providing. So that, and then you factor in like Ebon, they're helping you survive more than a key level, more than you'd otherwise be able to do, and they're also increasing the healing capability of the healer. And for several of these seasons where we've had Augmentation Evokers, if you've had the right comp setup, they're not even a damage. You're not even sacrificing damage to run them. Now you probably are if you're just running a random group at a lower key level, but if you are building the comp in a very specific way, it's like they are damage gain and also providing all of this other utility at the exact same time. So how do you fix it? The really boring solution that would work is to just get rid of all the support utility that they're adding.
Right.
And make them, like, let's say, only buff damage dealers, but do so in a pretty boring way that doesn't benefit some damage dealers more than others. And not saying that's the... So you don't necessarily want to ask me for solutions to problems as a game developer, because I'm just going to put something in that's particularly boring, but it would work. And that would be the case with Aug Evoker. I really have no idea what they should do with that specialization. It's problematic by design, but a lot of what potentially makes it interesting is also what makes it problematic. I don't know.
That's a great summary of the conundrum that you're facing, because I think like I've heard different spectrums of solution about like, okay, just straight up delete the spec or introduce more support roles. What do you think about the support role in Mythic Plus though? Like, do you think there's legs here where in the future we run a tank, a support, a healer, and 2 DPS? Or do you prefer like having 3 DPS and no such thing as a support role?
In concept, having support roles are fine, but especially when you have all of these different dimensions you need to worry about, it's just going to be so hard to balance them appropriately. Like one of these times, people are going to keep saying Augmentation Evoker is locked in for comps and high keys as Blizzard continues to nerf it, but one of these days they're going to finally nerf it enough where they're not actually going to be ideal to use. It's kind of similar back to when they nerfed Blood Death Knights and BFA Season 2. People are like, oh, don't worry, people still use Blood Death Knights because Death Grip's still good. No, that didn't happen. They nerfed their survivability way too much, and it actually fell out of the meta pretty hard.
Right.
And that's what's eventually going to happen with Augmentation Evoker 2, you would think. Either that or they just redesign the spec, who knows.
Right.
But when we see that day, that's anyone's guess.
Right. Cool. Look, I think I've kind of wrapped up all the questions I wanted to pick your brains on. What's the kind of... And obviously, you've shared some very unique perspectives. I feel like, especially on the part where we discussed like Blood Death Knight survivability, the problems with balancing Deathstrike, it was kind of getting like, it reminded me a lot of like my college lectures where, you know, you had someone who was able to kind of explain something technical in a layman term, and I appreciate that. How do people kind of go about, you know, learning more from you, be it whether it's your guides or how do people get in touch with you? Maybe some shout outs for yourself here.
I do have a Discord that would be one way to get in touch with me. I mean, if you want to ask me any questions about Blood Death Knight, I'm always responsive on Discord, and I have my Discord information and tag listed in pretty much all the resources I do. I make YouTube videos in my spare time, but I mostly just do that for fun every now and then. I'm not too heavy into it, and I'm always maintaining the Advanced Blood Death Knight guide for Mythic Plus, which I will generally post on Reddit every patch, but otherwise it's not too heavily advertised.
Got it. And we'll plug all those kind of like links in the video description when this gets published. But I guess I also just want to kind of say thank you. Like I said, you have been a very hot name in the comment section. I'm sure my editor will put it up as well. I think a lot of people recognize that you represent a very small chunk of population that is like a loyalist to Blood DK, and at the same time playing it at a very high level for all these kind of like Mythic Plus seasons, getting title and whatnot. So it was just helpful kind of to pick your brains right on in playing I would say one of the more unique specs for tanks in World of Warcraft. So yeah, I just want to say thank you. Really appreciate your time here.
Thank you for having me on. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, have a good night.
See you. Take care. Bye-bye. And that wraps up the episode with Kirasis. He is consistently the top Blood DK for a long time now. And if you enjoyed the episode, don't thank me. Thank all the Patreon subscribers and the YouTube members of this community. These are the MVPs that keep this podcast going. And if you'd like to support us, link to our Patreon is in the description. Speaking of our Patrons, all of them get access to the ads-free and unedited version of this podcast. And if you'd like to see more from this podcast, hit the subscribe button. More episodes coming your way, and you definitely don't want to miss the episode in the middle of the screen.
The Stone Vault is one of 4 War Within dungeons that will be a part of the first season pool. Let's quickly break down how these mythic bosses will work. Starting with Edna, this is a repetitive one-phase encounter. Starting off, Edna will cast a Volatile Spike. Make sure you're not getting hit by these swirls. They will also spawn spikes shortly after, and when these spikes are destroyed, they will apply a dot to your entire group, causing the party to take fire damage. The rest of the fight is about controlling the pacing of this damage. Edna will cast Refracting Beam, causing the boss to release fiery energy at all 5 players, stagnated. Any volatile spikes hit by these beams will be destroyed. Your group will want to make sure you're at least destroying a few of these beams, because eventually the boss will cast Earth Shatterer. This will deal a burst of nature damage to your group and destroy all remaining spikes. If too many spikes are active, your group will take very threatening levels of damage. Healers, you're gonna need to be ready to counter this damage, and DPS, use those defensives. I personally recommend destroying 2 spikes on each refracting beam cast, but it's up to your group. Last but not least, Seismic Slam is the big tank buster. This will deal a staggering level of physical damage to the tank and applying a nasty damage over time effect. Healers are going to want to dispel this as soon as possible, and when dispelled, the tank will gain a 50% damage reduction for 6 seconds. Keep the spikes under control, and the Earthen Defense neutralization automation will fall. The next 2 bosses can be done in any order, but we're going to start with Scar Marok. This boss will start by hitting the tank with Crystalline Smash. This will deal physical damage to the tank. Just make sure you have any type of mitigation active. Once this cast finishes though, it'll spawn 3 crystal shards. Your group will need to defeat these crystals in a timely manner, but once they are destroyed, they will apply a nasty dot to your entire party called Crystalline Eruption, which deals nasty shadow damage. This effect can actually stack, hence why you need to kill 1 shard at a time, let the debuff expire, and then kill the next one and repeat this pattern. Scar Marok will also cast Unstable Crash, which has a few components to it. First, avoid the slam. This one's obvious. Once this cast finishes, you're gonna then need to dodge Unstable Fragments, which are these large purple swirls. Once these swirls land, they will spawn an unstable energy fragment. Soaking these fragments will increase your damage done and healing done by 50% for 30 seconds, while also dealing shadow damage over time. This effect can stack, and picking up these fragments will be pivotal in hierarchies. Lastly, Skarmorak will cast Fortified Shell, causing the boss to gain a massive absorb shield and will increase in size for each shard that is still active. During this, the boss will deal ramping damage through Void Discharge. Stack in melee and break the shield as fast as possible. Once the shield breaks, it simply rinse and repeats. The Master Machinist encounter has to be the most hectic boss encounter in Mythic Plus, probably ever. These bosses do not share health, but have a lethal in range if not killed within seconds of each other, so be sure you're properly cleaving. Tanks, be aware of Doralita's tank buster called Igneous Hammer. Just make sure you're healthy or using a defensive. Doralita will also cast a frontal called Lava Cannon. Everyone's going to want to make sure they're dodging this giant orb, and believe me, you'll have plenty of practice before this encounter on the trash mobs. Brock, on the other hand, will be casting Molten Metal. You'll need to make sure you're interrupting this whenever possible. It does threatening levels of damage to your group in a form of a dot. Luckily, it can be removed with snares like Freedom, Tiger's Lust, Post Haste, Shapeshifting, but try to interrupt it if possible. During the encounter, Brock will also cast Exhaust Vents, opening up 3 of the 4 corner vents, which will fill the Ire with ground effects. Do not stand in this, and try to bring the boss to the closed vent area, and this is going to just make dodging mechanics easier. Now the big mechanic is going to deal with the giant scrap cubes. Scrap Song will have Brock leap to the side of the arena and send a giant cube through the encounter space, dealing lethal damage to anyone in its path. Doralita will eventually cast Blazing Crescendo, which will drag the scrap cube to the center of the arena, detonating it seconds later, dealing lethal damage to anyone caught in the proximity of the explosion, and will send out waves of lava in the cardinal directions. Standing on the closed vent is the key to success here. It'll keep your party clear of almost all avoidable damage. Just make sure you figure out a way to kick the boss who jumps about 60 yards away. Make sure you cleave evenly as possible, or enjoy the run back. As the Prophet Dorky spoke, good luck. Void Speaker Eric. Starting off, the boss will...
Just gonna have to pause this because my dog is barking so much. Right, I'm gonna go have to do that. Have to go and do that race.
It is a bright day with exceptionally favorable winds. A perfect day for a race.
will have 2 Void Rifts on either side of him. These will be important later on. The first cast you'll notice is called Unbridled Void, which is a giant frontal cone. Just make sure you're dodging it. Next, the boss will inflict all party members with Void Corruption. This is a ramping dot that does shadow damage every 3 seconds, increasing indefinitely. The only way to remove this is by moving within 15 yards of those Void Rifts. When a player does have their debuff removed, the Void Rift will jump to a random new location around the edge of the room. Lastly, the boss will cast Entropic Reckoning, causing all players to drop a pool of entropy after a short period of time. Try to drop these near the edge of the room if you can. Smart players can also use this opportunity to remove their Void Corruption debuff. Do your best to drop them immediately, but I do recommend healers first, followed by DPS, and tanks last. As long as you're consistently dropping your Void Corruption, this boss does feel pretty easy. Quick shout out to all my Patreon supporters, because without you guys, there would be much less content like this. Hope you're all staying happy, healthy, and
Hey folks, this is Kalani. This is a guide to the bloodbound horror boss fight in the Nerubar Palace raid on normal and heroic difficulty. This is the second boss in the new raid and there aren't any specific DPS check moments, so go ahead and lust on pull. Throughout the fight, the boss will summon ads around the room. You can see where these ads are going to pop up thanks to the big purple swirly effects. When these ads spawn, they're going to be in a different phase and you can't attack them. This is a big problem because the Lost Watcher ads channel a huge shield onto the boss that you're going to need to interrupt. To get into the other phase, to be able to attack and interrupt those ads, you're going to need to get hit by the boss's next ability, Gruesome Disgorge. This is a large cone attack that covers a good chunk of the platform and is cast on the tank with aggro. Anyone who gets hit will get a debuff that deals damage over time and will allow them to target the ads properly. Be sure to interrupt the big Lost Watcher ads as quickly as you can and kill all of the ads quickly. The ranged Forgotten Harbinger ads will summon smaller ads that explode if they reach the boss, so try not to let that happen. You can only get hit by the Gruesome Disgorge every other time, as you get a debuff that massively increases the damage you take from the damage over time debuff, so you'll want to split your raid into two and rotate the two groups who need to get hit by the frontal to then kill the ads. You'll want your two groups to keep a bit of distance between them so you always have some extra room to move, and you can even have your groups on opposite sides of the boss if it helps you keep track. A few random players are also going to get these red arrows over their head and they'll be chased by these void tentacles. Kite them out of the group and try not to run over other players. The Crimson Rain ability causes blood to rain from the sky, applying a healing absorb debuff to every player in your raid, so your healers need to get that healed up quickly. And then the boss's last ability is Gore Splatter. This is a massive AoE that covers all of the nearby platforms, so you need to jump to the outside platforms before the cast finishes. Anyone caught inside will die, and everyone else is going to get a large damage over time debuff, so your healers will want to use a cooldown or two to get everyone topped off. When the cast is finished, get back in close to the boss, and from here it's just rinse and repeat. On heroic mode, the boss also uses Spewing Hemorrhage. This creates a laser on either side of them that rotates around the boss, cutting the room in half. Just move around the room with the lasers and don't get caught. But that's everything you should need to take down the Bloodbound horror boss on normal and heroic. Stay tuned for more boss guides for the Nerubar Palace raid. Thanks for watching, folks. Good luck and have fun, and as always, I will see you next time.
Oh shit. Completely lost.
Hey folks, this is Kalani. Professions changed a lot in Dragonflight, probably the most we've ever seen, and Professions became an entirely new kind of progression option at Endgame. But if you didn't play through Dragonflight, you probably came back to the game, saw how complicated Professions are now, and just noped out of there. Or maybe you did play through Dragonflight, but just couldn't get into Professions or understand what you were supposed to be doing. What's this profession knowledge stuff? How does the profession gear fit into things, and how can I level up when I ran out of recipes? Well, we are going to clear all of that up. Professions offer you some crazy gold making potential, and you can craft some of the best gear available in the game. Professions really are valuable, so here's our ultimate professions guide for the War Within: where to start, how to level them quickly, and how it all fits together. Now before we jump in, be sure to hit on that like button and subscribe so you never miss another video. Now the main goal of this video is to make sure you understand how professions work in the War Within and the various progression paths and options that are available to you to improve your crafting experience and let you make some good stuff. Maybe you didn't play through Dragonflight, so you don't know what all of these stats and optional materials and different ranks and tiers, and people are saying you need to use a spark to get good gear. What does that even mean? We'll go over it, don't worry. Or maybe you kind of sort of know some things about the big update we had in Dragonflight, but just couldn't wrap your head around what you were supposed to do. No matter what camp you are currently in, this video should have all of the answers you need to fully embrace professions in the War Within. So first things first, where can you learn the new Khaz Algar versions of the profession so you can start working on getting everything leveled up? The War Within is a bit different because usually we visit the big city hub towards the end of the leveling process, but Dornogal, the new hub for this expansion, is introduced almost immediately. Very shortly after starting your adventures on the Isle of Dawn, you'll visit the new city hub. It has quite a few different districts, and the one that you're looking for is the Forge Grounds. This is the professions or crafting section, and you can find trainers for every profession somewhere in this area, so you can pick up Khaz Algar professions almost immediately. It's also very important to note that you do not need the Dragonflight professions at all. You don't have to have any progress in them, none of it will carry over, they are entirely separate. So even if you did nothing in Dragonflight with your professions, you are not any further behind anyone else. Everything is reset, it's a fresh, clean slate, and everyone is on an even playing field. But you may be wondering, when should you start focusing on leveling these up? Should you pile everything you have into crafting and leave leveling until later, or should you just wait until max level to really start tinkering around with things? This will largely depend on you and your goals, but also which professions you're interested in. Now, World of Warcraft isn't the only game getting big updates. Ragnarok Origin ROO's Awakening update just went live as well. Ragnarok Origin ROO is the official sequel to Ragnarok Online, and it is an exciting MMORPG you can play on your PC. Now, getting back to the video, for anyone with a gathering profession, so mining, herbalism or skinning, I would pick those up and start leveling them right away. Make sure you are tracking your relevant nodes and gather whatever you come across on your questing adventures. Not only will this help you level up your profession, but gathering still yields a bit of experience too, so it can also help you level up your character. If you want to make some good gold early on, I would sell the stuff that you are gathering. Usually the earlier you get your stuff onto the auction house, the more gold you're going to get for it. For crafting professions, it gets a bit weird. Personally, I would recommend you wait until you hit max level and get the campaign done before jumping into crafting and professions, but ultimately it is up to you. I find that crafting requires a lot of materials to really get going, so you're either going to be spending a lot of time gathering them out in the world, which will usually be easier at max level, or you need to spend a lot of gold to buy them off the auction house, in which case it's going to be super expensive early on. So leveling up first might give the prices a bit of a chance to come down a bit. It is worth noting that the first time crafts do still offer some experience for your character. In Dragonflight, the experience gained from crafting was limited to about 2 levels if I remember correctly, so you can get some good chunks of experience if you start your crafting early, but you're going to need to complete the campaign anyway, so it might not matter in the grand scheme of things. Still, it is nice to know about, and we'll talk more about first time crafts a little bit later on. So now that we have these professions, how do we go about leveling them up? Well, leveling up your gathering is super simple. Just gather every node you come across. You should get 1 skill up per node you gather early on, and as you approach 100 skill, you'll mostly be relying on empowered nodes for the last few skill ups, but just gather everything you can and you'll be skill 100 in no time. For the skinners, it's even easier. Just skin everything you can as you level, and you'll probably be maxed by the time you're level 80. If not, find a good place with a lot of beasts, kill them and skin them, and enjoy your super easy leveling. Now, leveling up crafting professions is a little bit more involved. You'll need to keep an eye on what you're crafting and whether it can actually provide you with a skill up or level up. Each recipe will have an icon next to it. An orange icon means it will always give you a skill up. An orange icon with a number means that recipe gives that many skill ups. So you can see some give 2 or 3 skill ups just for crafting one recipe, so keep an eye on that. And that can save you a lot of time and gold if you craft the most efficient recipes available to you. A yellow icon is going to mean it only has a chance to grant you a skill up, and a green icon means there is a low chance to get a skill up. If there's no icon, you will not get a skill up at all from that recipe, so focus on orange and yellow crafts and make sure you aren't crafting grey recipes if your goal is to skill up. Your profession's skill level is super important for a few reasons. Obviously, the higher your skill, the more recipes you can learn, so the more items you can craft and create. For the gatherers, the higher the skill you have, the more raw materials you're going to get, so you can make more gold if that's what you're trying to do, but it goes a bit further than that. Every craft will have a difficulty score tied to it. This difficulty score dictates how much skill you need to craft that item at the higher ranks, and crafting gear is probably the easiest way to explain this. All crafting gear has 5 ranks that you can craft it at, and the higher the rank you get, the higher the item level that piece of gear will be. This is why everyone wants their gear crafted at rank 5. You want the best result, right? The highest item level for your materials? Well, you're going to need to increase your skill to reach those rank 5 results. The first way to do that is simply by leveling up your profession. So yes, you will gain access to more recipes, but you'll also be increasing your overall skill to reach higher ranks of crafting results. Another way to increase your skill in a crafting recipe is to use higher quality or tier or rank of raw materials. Most raw materials will have 3 tiers, so every ore or herb or piece of leather or chitin will have 3 versions. The higher the tier that you include in any given recipe, the higher your skill for that craft, so the easier you can get into the higher ranks. So if you really want to push for better results, using the best versions of the raw materials will help as well. Now there is a brand new feature and stat that's going to help you with reaching those higher rank results in the War Within. You can use your concentration to force a recipe to go up by 1 rank. So if you can only manage to craft a recipe at rank 4, but you really want to get that rank 5 result, you can tick this box and spend your concentration to guarantee that higher rank result. It will always increase your result by 1 rank, so this lets you decide when you want to get something good and when you might be okay crafting something at a lower rank. Your concentration pool regenerates slowly over time, so you can't use this on every craft that you do. You can hold up to 1000 concentration at any one point, and each crafting profession does have its own pool, so you don't have to worry about double gathering sharing a concentration pool. Every profession has its own. There's an important new stat that goes along with concentration. The ingenuity stat gives you a chance to refund concentration that you spend, so if you get a high stat value here, you'll be able to use your concentration more often, but there is going to be some RNG involved. Now there are other profession stats that can help you in various ways as well. Resourcefulness gives you a chance to refund some of the materials used in any given recipe or craft, so that makes things a bit cheaper if you get some materials back. Crafting speed, surprisingly, just speeds up all of your crafting, which can be great when you're making a whole bunch of potions or something like that. And then multi-craft gives you a chance to make additional items, but this stat doesn't really do anything for crafted gear, so it's only really good for intermediate materials like alloys or for consumables like flasks and potions. But being able to make multiple things for just one set of materials can make you a lot of gold in the right profession. Now for the gatherers, the higher your skill, the higher the chance you'll be collecting higher tier materials, which will always sell for a sweet premium because, as we just saw, the crafters are going to want to use them as often as they can. Gathering professions have different profession stats to help them on their adventures. Finesse gives you a chance to gather more of whatever you're gathering, deftness increases your gathering speed, and perception increases your chance to receive rare materials while gathering. So gathering is quite a bit easier in general, so if you don't want to jump through the hoops required to keep up with crafting, gathering is still a great option. So that's how the different kinds of professions work and how you can level them up. Let's move on and talk about specializations next. Each profession has up to 4 specialization trees. Your first specialization will become available when you hit skill 25 in your profession. Your first specialization choice is very important because you can only pick one at a time. You cannot swap or change your choice, and the others will remain locked until you level up further. Throughout these trees you can unlock various bonuses to your profession, like general increases to skills or stats. You can learn new recipes or unlock special effects. To unlock or purchase anything in here, you will need to earn profession knowledge. Each profession has their own knowledge, so you can't spend mining knowledge on herbalism trees, for example. How you acquire this profession knowledge will depend on your profession. Gatherers have it easy again, they just gain profession knowledge randomly while gathering, and for an empowering elemental nodes for the first time. So as you gather, you just have a chance to get an item that will provide you with some knowledge. Crafters will need to do a bit more legwork. The first major source of knowledge for crafters will come in from the first time crafting bonus. This is quite simply an extra reward for the first time you craft any recipe in your profession. You can actually filter for this just in case you forgot what you have or haven't crafted, so if you select the first time craft bonus filter, it will only show you the recipes you haven't already made. The first time craft bonus includes profession knowledge, some artisan's acuity material, and if you aren't yet max level, a good chunk of bonus experience. So one of the easiest ways to earn knowledge is to simply craft every recipe you have, or whenever you unlock a new one, make sure you craft that at least once. You should earn this first time crafting bonus from everything you can, and this also means earning new recipes gives you more chances to earn these first craft bonuses, so you should also be aiming to learn every recipe available to your profession for the current expansion. The next big source of knowledge is going to come from NPC crafting orders. You can find these keys in the crafting order menu at the bottom left of your profession window. This can only be opened while you are near a profession table, which can always be found near your trainers in Dornogal. The NPC ones are listed under the patron section. They can reward you with a variety of goodies, but they will serve as the main source of two important resources. The first one is profession knowledge, so you'll see a lot of them reward items that when used will give you some knowledge for your profession. This is the main source of repeatable knowledge gains in the War Within, so you want to keep an eye on this board and complete the knowledge ones whenever possible. Profession knowledge is also going to be capped per week this time around, so we can only get so much every week, and then if you fall behind you will start to see more of these NPC work orders that offer knowledge, so there's also a catch-up system baked in here, which we didn't have in Dragonflight. So this time around, no one player should be able to get too far ahead of anyone else. So if you didn't enjoy professions in Dragonflight because of that part specifically, we should be on a much more even playing field in the War Within. The other important resource you can get from these orders is the Artisan's Acuity crafting material. This is going to fuel all sorts of important crafts, so you'll want to get those orders completed as well. You can also get these treatise books that provide 1 knowledge for your profession, and they were usable once per week in Dragonflight, so I expect that to be the same in the War Within. They do come from inscriptions, so you'll probably need to make a crafting order for those if you are interested in them. And then there are also one-time treasures for every profession scattered around the new zones, so if you come across anything purple, be sure to pop on over and check it out. It might just be another few points of profession knowledge. We'll have a video going over the fastest ways to acquire knowledge shortly after the game launches. Now, it is important to note that you don't have to spend your knowledge as you acquire it. You can let it sit until you decide what you want to do. You can choose your first specialization for the initial bonus and then save your knowledge to spend on a completely different tree. Don't feel like you have to rush anything in here. Take your time, read through the options and plan ahead. As you level up, you'll be able to unlock the other specialization trees for your profession. The second one becomes available at skill 50, the third one is now at skill 60, and if you have a fourth, that will become available at skill 75. So you won't be able to unlock all 4 until you reach skill level 75, which can take quite a while depending on the professions you're trying to level, so your first choices of specializations really do matter. So that should give you enough information to get your professions started at least, but what about maxing them out? You may notice while leveling your crafting professions especially, that you kinda hit a wall, around 50 to 70 skill depending on the profession. You don't have any more recipes to learn from the trainer and everything is turning grey or green, so how do you keep skilling up to get the skill level 100? Well, you're going to need to get some new recipes, ones that are not available from a trainer. For example, certain specialization tree choices will unlock recipes for you. They can be quite deep in these trees, so they may cost quite a lot of knowledge to acquire, but these are the highest tiers of crafted gear that everyone is going to be after, so they are usually worth picking up. All of these recipes should stay orange until skill 100 too, so they can carry you the rest of the way. In fact, I would actually encourage you to choose a specialization tree that has some epic crafting recipes included as your first or second spec tree choices. If you don't get these trees unlocked, it can be much harder to skill up further because these are some of the easier higher tier recipes that you can get. Personally, I will be unlocking the epic dagger and sword recipes as quickly as I can on my blacksmith so I can take advantage of the crafting orders for weapons early on. We'll talk more about crafting orders in just a moment. Another way to get some higher tier recipes is by spending your Artisan's Acuity at a new Artisans Consortium vendor in Dornogal. This chap is right next to the crafting order clerks and he sells a variety of recipes that can help you level up a bit further. Most of them are for profession gear, which can also make you some good gold. Artisan's Acuity is going to be quite restricted though, so you'll want to make sure any recipes you buy are worth the cost. They also sell some books that grant you quite a bit of profession knowledge, so you'll probably want to buy those up as well. Several recipes are also rewarded through the various renowned factions in the War Within, so as you earn reputation you'll progress through the renowned tracks and earn more and more rewards. Earning rep is quite simple, just do story quests in each zone and complete activities for those factions, and then you can use some of these new recipes to get a few more skill points. A great way to narrow down what recipes are useful for continuing your leveling adventures is to scroll down in your profession until you start seeing recipes that you have not yet learned. Look for any with the orange icon and then just hover over the recipe unlearned information tooltip. That tells you exactly where these recipes come from, so not only is this a great way to learn recipes to help you skill up further, but it's also the best way to see where any missing recipes you want can be found. Another very important part of your profession progression is gear, special profession gear. Every profession has 2 accessory pieces and 1 tool. Almost all of this gear is crafted in professions themselves, but you probably won't be crafting all of your own pieces. Instead, they are spread out amongst the crafters, so you do have to rely on a different profession to get your profession gear crafted most of the time. The easiest way to find out where your profession gear comes from is to visit a craft.
Yeah, good. Just watching some videos whilst gearing up. Who's? Mm-hmm.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Uh-oh. I imagine so.
Nah. Fucking one of the sticks was just a little bit off.
Ah, brilliant.
At least it was an easy fix.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, well, do I buy some more memory anyway?
It's always worth it.
Yeah.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
We have slept long enough. Farewell. The skies call to me. In unity, find strength. Until next time.
How fare you? Go carefully.
Ugh. Maximum coffer keys for the monk healer.
Nice. How many can you have at one time? Is there a thing, or?
No. No max. But I think the max you can get a week is 4.
It's a fine day for trade. I'll be right here when you need me.
Right. First heroic on the monk.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar.
Nice.
But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
I don't know whether I did any heroics on my monk yet.
Okay, nature lock.
Savage.
Not enough mana.
Not enough mana. Oh yeah, it changes us to. I wasn't healer spec before, come on.
Yeah, I've had that problem. I was like, oh, Jay, slow down, I haven't got any mana.
No. I think I've got some food. Nope.
Chainmail, your training grounds fall to the intruders.
I'll just wait.
container! The intruders defile the altar of the sacred flame!
What's it got called?
Ours is the true path for the Arathi! Feel Ember's wrath!
Dale?
Are these steel strikes, lackeys? Guards! Guards!
Don't go to range, you fucking.
Fool sister blades. Destroy these outsiders. Her usefulness to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty. They've served their purpose. Baron, demonstrate your worth.
Those who oppose the Emperor will fall at our feet. By the Emperor's will! Glory guides my hammer! Flame's wrath heal me. By my shield! By my holy hammer! My first defeat.
Murpray has warped the Priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why? She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will, but to turn against us is madness.
Belladar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength we Arathi lacked. With an army of the Risen, the Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Khazalgar, and subjugate the world!
No, such heresy. They defile the sacred flame by animating the dead. They are no better than the Kobis.
Arathi leaves the Emperor's service, even in death. The sacred flame will cleanse your transgressions! Flames take you! My place be purified! Brothers and sisters, hearken to the flame! My place be purified! Flames take you! The Empire will see you burn.
Lovely. Don't know what I got. Let's have a little look.
I'm back again.
Hello. Fairly straightforward.
Oh, Hannah's ringing me again. Be right back.
Oh mate, you still in chat? I don't think. Eliza comms. Sorry mate, was not watching chat. You're good? If you're still there, that is.
Back again.
Hello.
Hello.
on Twitch, could you just help us test something? Could you unfollow and follow the stream again?
Yeah.
I just need to see whether the alert pops up. It should pop up right in the middle of the screen.
I've unfollowed.
And then if you follow again.
Unfollowed.
It might cache followers then, so you don't. I guess it's so you don't get spammed. Somebody unfollowing,
Maybe.
following. Fair enough. We'll wait and see. We got a few more followers though today, which is nice.
Hmm.
There's people joining, saying nice stream. What you guys doing?
Cool.
Yeah. Just said yeah, it's a cool idea. And then threw a follow in, so like, okay, cool. But then one of the alerts didn't fucking work for it, and I was like, oh. So I went to Streamlabs and it had been like disabled, and then I re-enabled it. Because it should, if you're looking at the stream, it should look like test Twitch follows. It should look like that, which is pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
Do you need to do any heroics?
We are the warriors of the
I
Sacred
mean,
Flame.
probably.
The Empire is forever.
I can't really today. I'm too
No,
busy
that's
with work. I don't think I'll be on this evening, but the next couple of days I should be able to because Gem's on nights.
Cool. Yeah, I've set a schedule just so that everybody in the house knows. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday I'll be on here from 8 o'clock.
Okay.
And of course during the day. No, it's so bad when you lag behind it now. I really need to change to healer spec outside of dungeons. Okay.
Intruders, find them.
I thought monks were like two-hander for their healing. I guess they can do the option of one.
Incompetent drones. I will end you myself. You'll falter my swarm.
So work's pretty busy for you at the minute then?
It's just got a lot of meetings the next couple of days, so I've had to been doing some prep for them, and then just some of the bits and pieces of work that have cropped up. It honestly feels a bit weird. Like I feel half the day like I've got loads of stuff to do, and then I get some of it done, and then like the rest of the other half of the day I'm like, oh, everything's fine now. And then the next day I'm like, oh, panic, loads of stuff to do, and it just, I don't know. I don't know why I keep feeling like that, but I do.
Once, my people thrived under the guidance of the Black Empire. Queen Neferis refused to reclaim that glory, but no more.
I need to get closer.
Ansurek and the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Azj-Kahet.
Ready.
The harvest will prevail! My blood weeps.
Second heroic. No gear. Amy's just today it really annoyed us because Amy's left us with like loads of bags of clothes in the hallway. It's like, oh, can you put them in the porch so this guy can pick them up? Guy turns up when I'm on a work call. Can't go. I'm partly leading the call. It's like, dog's barking. He tells Amy, I've drove all the way from Kingsbridge to get this, which is like, oh shit. And it's like, Amy, just let us know if somebody's coming.
Yeah.
Like, so I put it in the porch now, and she's messaged saying, is it really clear what's to take and not? I was like, I've got no idea. It's in the porch, it's in the bags. It's all the stuff on the right. If he goes into the boxes and takes our shoes, then he's an idiot. It's like, can you not arrange for things to be picked up and arranged that I have no idea about and I'm not involved with without you being here?
Yeah.
Oh, I have to go vault of memory, don't I? I was wondering what else I needed to hand in. Yeah, there.
Is there the final part of the quest line now or something, is there?
Well, it's Titan disc fragments. You get like 15 to 20 per heroic, and/or by killing rares and doing big shit around the world.
Make sure to take notes. I need some time to think.
The great
But yeah,
Titan
I think this is the next segment
who
of it.
granted me the gift of the Forge, has relayed information from the Pantheon about our purpose. To create order from the chaos of
Just
the
get a load
cosmos.
of Renaissance crystals,
The Titans
cash and
search the great dark beyond
gold and stuff.
for the prime world soul.
Provide me gear!
This world soul, the most powerful in existence.
Oh, no.
They would guide to become the greatest Titan of all. In time, they came to sense a mighty presence within the world called Azeroth. The Pantheon made their way to the nascent world soul, hoping that their search was at an end.
Amazing. It's as though Keeper Arcadus was delivering the word of the great
I need an offhand now. Who can make them?
These logs must be the architect's personal records of...
Probably inscription and maybe, I don't know whether enchanters could make anything or not.
I know of Arcadus from my studies in Casmodan. But this world soul he speaks of?
My inscription
On Azeroth.
thing isn't that great though.
I think that's what Grandad Magni was saying all those years when he was
I've just gone down the route of being able to make all the different missives and
Yeah. I've got one, but it's like very low item.
Titan's plan for us.
But it'll do. It might not do. I might have to go to the auction house. Is there another sword here? No. There we go. Campaign. Need to see what the progression is on it, really. Can't see it on and all.
My directive is to serve you.
Meh. 400 gold.
My thanks.
567. 564.
Not too bad.
Just gonna go to the loo. Be back in a sec.
Well, the weather's supposed to be shit tomorrow and Thursday, so that's going to be fun driving to work.
Alright. Let's get some more done.
You've arrived. Our friend awaits you in the High Hall.
I've not been in this one for a while.
Our queen offers a most wondrous gift. We will become greater than we are.
What are you doing? I'm gonna run up there.
Invaders, fear not, citizens. We will show them Onsuret's wrath. Do you not know who I am? Whose voice you challenge?
Right, mate, I'm gonna jump off to get ready for my meeting at 2. I'll be
Hello.
back in a bit.
Have fun.
Let us speak. Bend that knee. Your terror is our victory. Your terror is our victory. Onsuret will brave. Bow before me. We revel in your fear, my beautiful voice.
Onsurek has eyes everywhere. You'll need to blind them to meet the Vizier.
By the weave, one of Onsurek's spies has fallen. Another spy has fallen. This cannot be?
Bit small.
If this distressing trend continues, we will run out of spies. Much better. Come to me and I will help you as agreed.
It's like the ticking of a clock.
The Transformatory was once the home of our sacred evolution. Iso has made a mockery of our traditions. At the Queen's tisk, tisk, tisk. Dear Nizrek, a traitor. Our Queen will be so disappointed.
First, their little pets will die. Then we'll make you speak.
Are you finished? Twilight approaches.
And the frost bites. So cold.
Our strands are strong. None will pass.
crawlers. I've enough of you in my collection. Be gone. You're interesting.
I need to get closer.
I think I might live to regret this. Nope, all good.
The pursuit of perfection
Where's
can
the
be
fucking ghost?
messy, but worthwhile in the end. So persistent. For you, a reward. Witness the unparalleled wonder of transformation. Enough. You've earned a place in my collection. Let me usher you in. Witness the glory of our ascension. Possibilities are endless. What can I make of you?
Back to the bench, powered by Wowhead. This week we got some interesting stuff, but first things first, Squishy, how have you been?
I've been busy. The expansion has been very busy for work purposes, but overall I've been having a blast. It feels like for me there's a lot to do because I like doing ults.
Okay. Grau, how have you been feeling about the beginning of the expansion? So we had the podcast, it was about a week ago from now. Since then, Heroic Dungeons have released, and the pores are now invading the game.
I'm still upset. That settles that intro, man. We can't.
Oh. Well, what's wrong with the intro?
All right. Anyway, let's just move. I just need to acknowledge because I know what everyone's thinking, and I just need to acknowledge it. I don't know. I've been having a good launch. Like, I'm just kind of doing whatever. I like when there's buzz about the game and people are flying around and the world feels alive. And definitely is getting a little on the boring side. And now we have another weekly reset of almost nothing to do. But I mean, it is what it is.
People, dude, I tweeted that out. Same thing. I was like, dude, I feel like there's actually not very much to do. I wish there was like M0s for like group content or just like something to do as a group. And then people were like, well, you play the game as your job. Like your opinion doesn't matter. You play the game as your job. And I was like, what? I was like, I don't know. I feel like maybe it was supposed to be delves, but I feel like I just like haven't really had much to do.
I definitely miss M0s. It is definitely something that I'm missing. I miss the go with the 5-stack, do a nice world tour aspect of it.
It's 3 hours. It's 3 hours, but like, dude, you're hanging out with 5 people as opposed to only playing a solo player game for the first like 3 weeks.
Yeah. Also, there's that achievement that the achievement meta that I always do at the start of the expansion that usually takes like another 4 to 5 hours where you go the meta achievement where you go around and do weird things in the dungeons.
Oh yeah.
That's always been a historical thing that I do every expansion. It's just not here this expansion, so definitely a little bored there.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Like, the biggest issue, right, is there are a lot of guilds that have more, like, a more casual base, and if they're, if people are, like, they need to have everybody, whatever people ready for the raid, and a lot of people want to jump into that raid right on Tuesday, but, yeah, I wish there was just, like, maybe a little something. I guess I feel like heroics, maybe, I'm not sure what the intention was, but it feels like they missed the mark a little bit on heroics and that they were too easy. Maybe they were similar before, but I feel like in previous, because I feel like heroics are supposed to replace M0, right? But I feel like in M0, especially when you go in, you kind of have to do the mechanics and the bosses kind of live, but like, man, even on heroics, it's just like people are just running all the way to the boss and then pulling everything on boss in every dungeon if you have like a team of gamers.
I think my biggest issue is that I don't want to say it kills the hype, but like the cool part of the patch and like the cool part of the expansion should be the launch, right? You should want to play and like commit as many hours as possible on launch, whether it's to level characters, whether it's to get that pre-raid bis, whether it's just like grouping up with your friends and whatnot. But I kind of just like leveled my guys, did a couple of world quests, crafted some gear, and now I'm just waiting for season 1 to start, which like I'm gonna have fun playing season 1, like don't get me wrong, but at the same point, like, isn't this supposed to be the most hype part of the expansion? And it feels like it's been less hype than it has been in the past for me.
Yeah. I think they're missing the hard dungeon, the harder dungeon content. Because, like Ral said, heroics are kind of just faithful right now.
Yeah.
They're supposed to feel like M0s, but they absolutely do not. In terms of scaling, they feel like heroic dungeons from last expansion. So now I'm worried if M0s are going to be difficult next week.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I one thing that I'll say is why I don't necessarily mind is that I think WoW has definitely done a not so good, like, I think the solo player base and like the more casual player base has been a little bit underserved, and I feel like that's sort of the message of this expansion with the whole delves and making gearing easier and account wide. And I think they swung a little bit too far on the side of like, do we really need this long? And I wish there was maybe just a little bit of something to do, but it's whatever. Like, in a week, all this will be forgotten anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely gets solved in a week. I don't think it's like that big of a deal. I tend to agree that I think the solo player has been relatively underserved in World of Warcraft. I guess I don't know if this is like the actual solution.
Yeah, I mean, I think, man, maybe we'll just start with this right away. But this is Growl's Awakening of the Week. So there's been this meme about mole people, and I sort of like joked about how I don't really think that many people play the game this way. And I was watching, there's a video that Day9 made. Day9, if people aren't familiar with him, he used to be like a Brood War pro, like long ago, like 20 years ago or something. And then he essentially is like the OG content creator, like even predating YouTube. He's been around like since forever. He's not like super huge, but he still plays games.
He's like a TCG player, I thought, right?
Yeah, he got into Hearthstone eventually. He dabbles. He's like very casual and dabbles into a lot of stuff anyway. And it was like, I was surprised at what I saw watching somebody play World of Warcraft. It was, to summarize it, basically he does the opening stuff. He gets to Isle of Dorn. Then he just doesn't really feel like doing questing or the campaign, so he just starts flying around. So he's flying around, exploring, like looking at the birds, like picking up the things, like for 30 minutes. Like not just like he did it real quick and then he started with, like the quest line in the main story was just not even a thing for this guy. So what happens, he eventually finds the main town, right, Dornogal or whatever, and so he just starts walking around, and what does he find? The portal into the Rookery. He has no idea what a dungeon is, what anything is, right? So he walks into the Rookery, and he's just like, oh wow, there's a bunch of guys here, you know, so he just starts fighting his way through the rookery as a level 70 Frosty K, just completely unaware of anything, like what you know, that he's in a dungeon, like anything about it, right? Like basically imagine you're playing like Elden Ring or Dark Souls and you just found a cave. Like that's essentially what he's doing there, right? He gets all the way to the first boss, fights the first boss, like barely kills it. It's like a 3-minute fight, just like 1v1. So then you have to like jump down, right, and grab the feather or whatever, but he's not grabbing the feather. So he tries to platform down, jumping down in rookery, falls and dies, and then it's like, that was pretty fun. I'm gonna go somewhere else now. Then just walks out of the dungeon and just starts flying around again. And then as he's flying around, I'm just in shock. Like, I've witnessed a unicorn that I didn't even know existed. And then he literally just verbalizes it out loud. He goes, so this is really fun for me, but what do people who are like professional World of Warcraft streamers do? Like, they're streaming all day, but what are they doing? Are they just like speed running through the whole game and just running through all the quests and just ignoring everything? And here I am on my 6th, all like doing every single everything, and I just, oh my, I think I might have been wrong. I don't know. I think I might have been wrong. I had an understanding now of how someone plays the game, and I question everything now. Maybe we are the he literally sorry for rambling too long, but he made a comment about how everyone on Reddit is way too much of a competitive tryhard. He made people on Reddit are like the elitist 1% people, right? And us, we're so high on our elitist throne that we're looking down on the people on Reddit who are looking down. And I'm like, I've never really stopped to look down and see. And again, not that there's anything wrong, like these are just levels of how you enjoy the game, but like, yeah, man, I was that is a very eye-opening video if you're somebody who's like a super WoW sweat, to just watch somebody just, oh, here's a bird, and then he just stops by the bird and he's just looking at it, and it's like, I couldn't believe it.
Not to spoil something, but Squishy and I were having a conversation like earlier this week talking about these dungeon guides that you did, right? So you did these like, I don't know.
You mean raid guides?
Yeah, raid guides. Like these cheat sheet raid guide things. And Squishy and I were talking about these cheat sheet raid guides, and basically Squishy was like, we were talking about it, and at some point I go, dude, the person who's pulling up a raid guide anyways is already part of the most hardcore of audiences, right? Somebody who's willing to read a raid guide before just like natty pulling a boss is already part of like the upper echelon of people who are putting in a bunch of effort to play World of Warcraft. I think it's so crazy whenever you stop and like think about the levels at which people will play this game.
I mean, it's there are a lot of people who I think just coming to this blind.
Yes.
And you know, there are certain other games where you're going to have the casual players who are going to say, you know, look up a basic guide to know how to do the fight. There are other games out there where people the you know,
there's loads of people on.
Checked out my weak auras and UI profiles for World of Warcraft, and this video marks the release of my free The War Within weak auras and UI profiles. This is my 4th expansion together with you all now, and it features a massive upgrade over the Dragonflight UI packages. Specifically, my UI pack has been scripted now to auto-populate 2 rows of abilities using just a single group of weak auras, and this greatly simplifies and automates the order of abilities and appearances.
You know, the boss fight is not data mined or not known ahead of time, so you kind of just go in and things are figured out as things are discovered. And that's kind of like a very different aspect of it, but there are a lot of, this is a big MMO. People play this game in so many different ways, and realistically, you can only, you know, cover a section of it realistically. It's really hard to cover anything that isn't that targets everyone. That's, I think, why the developers struggle sometimes with making everyone happy, because you can't make everyone happy.
Dude, there are low-key people who love pet battles in World of Warcraft.
I'm a pet battle enjoyer now. I'm a renowned
go.
pet battler. Yep.
Wait,
This is
wait.
my first expansion of pet battling.
Dude, I am still the field to level 1 pets and try to get the world quest done as fast as possible.
No, that's also me, except for yeah, that's basically that's me, except for I don't know what I'm doing or have any add-ons, and my chat gets furious. I'll just like, I don't know, this good. Oh, cool, it's a dog pet, and I click it in. I'm the mole people of pet battles. They get furious at me when I go up to the world quest. I'm like, what counters a cat? Like, I don't know, like dogs kind of kill cats. Like, all right, I'll put this one in.
That goes so hard. All right, we kind of started talking about one of our first topics. Basically, our topics for today, we have some miscellaneous topics. Also, there's some Klaus tuning announced. There's been some renown exploiting. By the way, at the beginning of the episode, that was a joke. I don't have 25 renown or anything. We're also gonna be talking about levers in Dungeon Finder. Just kind of talking about all of the community topics that we had from this week. But the first thing was content pacing, and we kind of talked about what we were talking about last week. We also kind of talked about how the heroic dungeon's been. Beyond that, like, what is there to do? Like, what have you guys been up to? There's people that are farming Comp Stomp for PvP sockets. There's people that are looking to try to get their pre-raid bis. There's people that's farming Renown, trying to get Renown up to like 16, 17, 18, 19 on some of their Renown tracks. There's also people crafting a bunch of gear. What have you guys been up to for this first like couple of weeks, or like what has this first section really entailed for you guys content-wise?
Squishy's been working, right?
I've been working, but also, I mean, it's just reputation, really. There's like minor, we talked about, there's minor benefits for rep, but that's just like, I always just want to do rep stuff anyways because I find it fun.
Yeah.
I like doing world quests just for fun. I'm the world quest Andy who just goes around and likes clearing their map. Delves for me aren't it though. Don't like delves, so been avoiding those. And then let's see, professions. Yeah, that's basically it.
I gotta ask a question. Am I playing bad classes, or are delves actually kind of hard?
They are definitely hard. Because mobs do, for some reason, what feels like insane auto attack damage at level 80.
Okay, that's what I noticed as well, or I get like absolutely smoked if they contact me.
Yeah, if they just kind of beat down anyone that isn't a tank, and it's kind of weird, but like,
okay,
just play the kiting game is what I do, and it's fine.
I couldn't tell if it was because I've been playing Moonkin and Evoker, and I'm playing like these specs that probably don't want to get meleeed to death. If I was like on a Havoc Demon Hunter or something like that, if I would have fared better.
I like how you're saying Moonkin and Evoker when both of those classes actually have a lot of armor. Try doing it on like a mage or like some class that actually is in cloth. I'm pretty sure you get chunked. But I mean, this is sort of, I don't know, like to go back to my, very initial point about my problems with delves is like, that's not like trying to figure out how to not get your ass beat when you're playing a cloth wearer is not really, that's not how you play WoW. Like whether it's open world or in dungeons or raids or casual or competitive, like some mob that's just trucking you for 30% of your health every melee and you have to fight it one by one. Like I just don't really think it's very fun gameplay for most classes, and it's hard to make it challenging, right? Like that's why my point wasn't that, oh, I don't like that delves aren't challenging. It's that now you see what challenging delve is. It's just the guy that auto attacks you really, really hard, right? And it's like, imagine, like I actually, now a lot of people might disagree with me here because I don't think the execution was great, but I love the concept of the Awakening the Machine event in the Ringing Depths.
I think that thing,
where
I like that too.
It's like, you know what I mean? There's like, okay, you got to try and soak the beam, but you can't soak it too long. There's guys you have to kick. They're running in. Now, my personal problem with that is that you shouldn't get aggro of anything. Like, you should just only take the damage that you want to take, and then everything just beats on the guy, and then you have to deal with everything as fast as you can. But other than that, like, I kind of like that because then you can sort of scale it, right? Like, oh man, what if, there's more and more guys and you have to keep increasing your DPS and you have to keep trying to do all the mechanics. And it's like, I'm not saying people should be forced to do this, but like, that's going to teach you to play your class way better than, oh, I'm running around with jumping on the mushrooms and like, oh no, this mushroom is really big and it does half my health in one hit. Like, this is fun. Now I can only pull one mob at a time. Like, I don't know. Now I think that sort of encapsulates what my problem with delves is. that the difficulty scaling just isn't really fun.
This is a little bit different, like before your time, but there was like proving grounds in the past that were kind of similar.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Proving ground. Everyone says Mage Tower, but Mage Tower was pretty challenging and wasn't necessarily for everybody. And I think Proving Grounds was like a better, you know, like something. It doesn't have to be super hard. That's not my problem. But like, I want to see a difficulty curve where, as you're mastering it, it feels more fun and more fulfilling. Not like, oh wow, I'm at this level now where I can't even sustain myself against one mob and I have to run around in circles.
That's always been a problem with solo content. Is just like White Swings just hit way too hard. The funny thing is they had a perfect solution in Plunderstorm. If you remember, Plunderstorm was a limited time event, like after 10.3, and no mobs auto attacked in there. All their auto attacks were dodgeable. They were frontals or cast timed abilities, stuff like that. Like, all of it was avoidable. And I don't know, like, if you remember Torghast, I think Torghast White Swings were an issue for some classes as well. And I don't know why they keep doing it, because as Graal said, it is just an issue. If you get meleeed as a Shadow Priest, like, you hate life.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not having fun doing delves. Well, so that's what Squishy was doing. For me, I really like kind of like keeping a pulse on healers and seeing what's going on with healers. So I've been mainly doing alts. Like, I have every single healer class and my mage by popular demand. I got him to level 80. I've been doing all the weekly events to make sure I have delve keys on all of them, and just kind of like gearing them up and doing heroics and seeing how the rotation feels, and, you know, doing the hero talents and stuff. So yeah, for me, it's mostly been alts, but because I've been playing so much, like, yeah, by the end of the first week, like, I'm basically done with everybody doing everything. I actually did every side quest. I got the, what is it, the Sojourner achievements or whatever in every zone. So I don't know why I was doing that, but I did. So yeah, that's what I've been up to.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep my Hollowfall rep up. I'm trying to see if I can get the higher item level piece from the Hollowfall reputation, because this most recent week. Beyond
Did you do
that,
the Dark Moon Fair stuff?
I didn't.
Oh yeah. What are your reps at right now? Do you remember? Or
the highest one, my Hollowfall one, is like 12.5.
Yeah, that's exactly where mine is. 12, low 12s.
Yeah, I just don't think it's gonna get to 17, so I don't really.
Nope. Yeah.
I don't really think that any of the renown or the reputation stuff that I'm doing matters. I kind of got pre-raid BIS stuff. I crafted a bunch of gear on my Evoker and my Druid, so I'm going to be playing both of those. You know, I funnily enough queue heroic dungeons as healer anytime I see the bag that's got the augment rune on it pop up.
Ooh, maybe I should do that.
I always
secret gold farm hack.
I always queue it. Yeah, those augment runes, 1,000 gold a piece. If you see those pop up, so that's a good tip. I'm not farming sockets because absolutely fuck that.
Have you done your bountiful delves on a character you don't care about for rep?
Ooh, can you explain? Do you know exactly how that works?
No.
Why would I do that?
People are still figuring it out, but it looks like if you do bountiful delves, you can get 1,100 rep with each of the 4 factions from a different bountiful delve. We don't know if it's weekly or not because we haven't seen a weekly reset since people figured it out. But theoretically, you get 1,100 rep with all 4 reputations after doing four delves, but you're not guaranteed. No. Per account.
So
basically you complete a bountiful delve, you turn in the key. You get 1,100 rep with a random faction.
Okay.
Then you do a second bountiful delve, you use a key. You get 1,100 rep. You basically roll a D4, and if it rolls the same rep, you get nothing.
Dude,
if it rolls the other reps, you get that rep. Basically, you keep doing bountiful delves until you roll all 4 reps.
I misunderstood the reason that we would do it on an alt, being the fact that I'm putting my key in. Okay, yes. I'm following what you're saying.
So when you guys are listening to this on Tuesday, just so you know, you possibly could have gotten rep and now you did not get. So great tip for Tuesday reset to remember to do that for next week.
There'll be a post of WoWhead probably like tonight, maybe.
Probably right now is Squishy just
mid podcast actually. But yeah,
we're figuring it out.
I feel like basically all of the things that you can possibly do, none of them have any long-term impact. Like there's basically zero power that's to be gained right now. Even farming pre-raid bis, even getting things like your best trinket from like these heroic dungeons, they really don't matter. The only thing that seems like it has any tangible power attached to it is like farming comp stomp for honor sockets. But even that, I feel like the band of which the type of people that actually is going to end up positively impacting is so narrow. Basically, that only impacts 20, 30 guilds in the world for those honor sockets, because that gear is not very good. That gear is like typically pretty poorly statted, and you end up having to wear PvP gear to be able to get those sockets.
Well, so the idea is you can upgrade it with flight stones, right? So the idea is you get a wrist from Heroic Raid, and the reason that it's so good is because they're doing a bunch of splits, so they know they're going to get these items. So if you get a wrist from Heroic Raid, then you can buy the PvP wrist, upgrade your wrist with flight stones to that level that you got from Heroic Raid, then put a socket in it. So it's basically you can get a you're farming a ton of honor and conquest on reset, I believe, to buy an item, only the item that you are like you got at a high level, then putting a socket in it, and then that's it. Like it's basically a very, very temporary gain for people who very much care about their power level in the first like week or two. And the thing is, for 99% of people listening, the only reason you care about your power level is because you need higher eye levels so you can freaking get invited to groups, and no one's gonna know your sockets when you're applying in Group Finder. So in my opinion, like, all of the content will be doable for you at the level that you get in. The hardest part is getting into groups, and sockets do not help you there. So.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think the best thing that's going to carry over long term right now is just your professions. Like like professions right now are based on the new stat of ingenuity, which is a limited resource. It generates, I think, 6 per hour or something like that. 10 per hour.
Yeah.
Regardless, it generates at a very limited amount, and in order to craft at the max level, especially early on, crafters are going to need to use their ingenuity, which is probably then going to come at a premium because it's limited. So if you don't want to pay somebody else to craft your stuff and don't have a use for professions, like, you have a week to kind of level it up and start getting used to the system, because I have a feeling that the second people start crafting their sparks, it's going to be very expensive to use that ingenuity.
Okay, so in last expansion, most high-end mythic guilds had one person per profession type crafting for their guild. How many people does Might have right now for leatherworking, blacksmithing, tailoring? Is it 2 or 3 people?
2+ per armor type.
Okay. Vesper right now has 3 per armor type.
Yeah, I think we have 3, but like leatherworking, I'm pretty sure we have at least 5 that are going different directions. Yeah, it's just more cost effective to do it in house.
Yeah.
My raid leader still doesn't even know how delve keys work.
So Growl, you guys might end up having to pay a lot of gold for your crafting, basically, because we should call it ingenuity. I think it's called concentration. It's one of the two. It doesn't really matter. But
concentration was previous, but no, concentration. Okay, never mind. Ingenuity is the stat. Concentration is the
yeah. I don't know the difference. I've just been looking at it very, very slightly. It is going to be basically, you guys are going to have to craft non-inside, because otherwise people are going to get rank 4 crafts, because you can't guarantee a rank 5 without. It's kind of similar to needing like an ingenuity proc from last expansion on some of your gear, and you'd have to like recraft over and over again, except it's guaranteed this time.
So Squishy, if you're a solo player or your guild is full of idiots, do you have any advice for profession things to maybe save a little bit of money, or something that we might need to consider?
In this hypothetical scenario, I'd probably make your armor type. That way you can just make your own crafts. It regens at 10 per hour, and the top crafts can take over 400. So that is like 2 days of regen to get enough to boost a piece up to the next rank. It's a lot.
No, so I'm not rating in Vesper. Like, I'm not rating Vesper this tier, but in the past they've done all my crafts for them, because frankly I'm unwilling to pay like a bunch of gold for it. I'm just gonna be a cheap ass about it. I'm unwilling to pay a bunch of gold, so I was like looking for. I started asking them about the crafting situation, and they eventually were like, "Yeah, we can craft for you, but you need to give us a multiple days of heads up." I was like, "What do you mean multiple days of heads up? What does that even mean, man?" They're like, "Yeah, well, you just the ingenuity system, the concentration system sucks." Like, I don't know. I was like, "All right, man, that's fine, thanks." So I
Yeah,
might be
you can-
wearing rank 4s for a while until I can get it recrafted at a 5.
Yeah, rank 5, like without concentration, requires I think rank 3 everything, max skill, max talent tree. Like, it'll be pricey.
Yeah, which the four you can always guarantee without concentration is the nice.
Yeah.
Okay, talking more about crafting, dude. I saw this tweet from Relo talking about, and the tweet reads: WoW players will spend 2 weeks optimizing gearing and being farmed. And being feared about crafting anything because it could lose them 0.1% DPS, but not spend a single minute on preparing for a raid fight. I found
So
this
true.
really funny. So
It's
right,
so
too.
true. Because people say this. I always hate when there's this notion that, oh, we all hate all this stuff that we do. Oh, this is such a grind. Oh, why, everyone loves this stuff. Like, if you actually wanted to, like, be good in the raid, you would, you know what I mean? Like, do the, set up your UI with proper alerts, like, learn the fights, like, listen to your raid leader and not go AFK when he's explaining it to you. Like, there's a lot of things you would do if you actually cared about doing well in raid. You don't. It's just fun to prepare. Like, I don't know. Another random tangent that I think is very funny is, how many people do you guys know that either did or are asking about it in Twitch chat about leveling Bran to level 15 to do delves? And I said, bro, I'll show you a secret Bran hack that'll make your Bran 10 times more powerful. Okay, here's what you do. Now you go find a friend, and then you say, hey, will you do the delve with me on reset? And then you go in with that person. That, believe it or not, people are a lot better than level 15 Bran. That's my tip of the week now also, is if instead of leveling your Bran, just bring a friend into the delve and you'll have a much better success rate. If you're worried about being able to do a level 8 delve, power leveling your Bran is not the correct solution here.
All right. Well, here's my tip of the week then. If you don't have friends,
oh no, did I ruin your
want
tip
to
of the
level
week?
Brad? If you want to level Brad, there's a first delve of the day bonus for XP for Brad. So every day, if you do a delve, you get bonus experience for Brad.
I apologize. I should have read the. I'm sorry.
My tip of the
Titles
week-
help.
And my tip of the week is if you also don't have any friends and you need slightly better gear to be able to complete your level 8 delve, you can probably ship almost all of your crests right now on crafting. You're not really going to need them in the future. You might need the normal track crests in the future, but I have a strong suspicion that you're going to be, especially with having a 3-week advantage on that crest cap for normal level crests, you're going to be at such an advantage that you can pretty much send all crests that you want right now, and that basically pay no penalty for it long term. And that will help you get better gear. That way you can do delves with Brad and not your friend.
Can you get carved crests reliably right now? The normal level ones?
I've only got 10, and I don't know where I got them.
Yeah, I think you get them from like a random quest or something. So I think you might have to grind those out in M0s.
There's a quest in Dornegal that gave the carved crests. It was attached to the upgrade person. Yeah.
Oh, that's the only one. That's the only way that you get them is just the introduction quest.
I think
okay,
so,
yeah. But your cap of carved crests will be very high.
Exactly. And don't feel bad about spending carved crests.
Is the cap for aspect crests the same? What about the really high level ones?
So the high level ones in the past, at least this is how it happened in season 3, is that we got the shitty crests early and they were just 80 higher for the rest of the season than the rest of the cap.
Oh, okay.
I suspect that's how it's gonna happen again, but like again, I guess I'm not certain.
Oh wow.
Also, mole arm follow-up. Squishy, we're kind of upset that you didn't call this thing the mole arm in the post. So we did some more research after the podcast. So after the podcast, Growl and I got into. We got out there in the trenches for about an hour. I was there for an hour and a half. I don't know how long Growl was there for. And we learned a lot about the Befouler's Syringe since then. Basically, the Befouler's Syringe is a zone-wide drop for Azj-Kahet that can drop from any elite in the zone. Additionally, it can drop from elites inside of dungeons and follower dungeons. And so, I spent probably 10 hours in follower dungeons trying to get this weapon. I still haven't gotten it. I feel like this has been a total waste of my time, but I don't really have much better things to do right now.
The worst part is, even if you get it, it's still a waste of your time.
Dude, okay, so the cantrip does kind of suck. Like, I'm gonna level with you guys. I just wanted it for fun.
Yeah, you want to say? I mean, realistically, it's the highest level weapon you can get right now. So for the people that want that, like this is the best thing that you could get right now. It's just not very high drop rate.
It's also woo.
It is woo, so you can trade it if you get it on like a caster or something. You don't want to use it.
Yeah. But I mean, you can wear it on caster. It doesn't have main stat at all.
The problem is that most of caster's main stat comes from the weapon, Tettles, unlike melee, who just cares about the attack power on it.
It's simmed as a side grid for my Moonkin at the same item level.
Get to farming then.
No,
Get to farming.
I will not be getting to farming anymore. I already spent 10 hours. I already spent 10 hours for a YouTube video bit, but I'm not going back in there again. I don't know. This is the only thing that's on like normal track gearing, right? Oh no, the renowned gear is also in normal track, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anything else? Like, there's no need to farm this though, right?
No. It's just funny, and if you see somebody with it or happen to find it, and it can. I don't know. So the big question is why it drops on other tracks. Like we've seen veteran ones, but I've also seen not veteran ones.
So I think the non-veteran ones, funnily enough, come from the bountiful delves when you use the key.
Oh, and then for some reason if it's a world drop, it's always veteran.
I think so. I think that's what's going on.
I mean, I have no idea. Yeah.
Well, we've also seen some other gear that's dropped from the delves. That's like kind of interesting. Like the Fate Weaver or whatever it's called.
There's I think there's an epic for each zone, but like it's so rare and like it's just not worth farming. You do delves at higher tiers next week, you get champion gear. Like,
wait, you think there's an epic for each zone?
I think so.
Are people out there farming bees in Isle of Dorn?
Yeah, there's I wrote it down earlier.
None of them have a funny name like Molarm.
Are they veteran track?
Yeah, there's a one-headed dagger, a shield, I think. I think these are what these are, but we don't really know. Like, it looks like there's a couple of them, which is interesting, but it's just not worth... It's not like Dragonflight where you can just kind of farm it and get it in 10 hours. This looks to be really, really, really
10 hours? Like, oh yeah, that's reasonable. 10 hours for a non-main stat pole arm. Okay, this is reasonable. I can't believe that was 10 hours. The worst part is, if it was actually 10 hours, me and Tettles would both have it. We'd be sitting here like idiots with it. Like, yep, I farmed this.
I literally just sat in a follower dungeon for... I hit a 5.5 hour stream into a 4.5 hour stream the day after, just sitting there talking to my chat, farming this stupid ass weapon, and I never got it.
Talking to your chat's a vibe. That's been all I've been doing the last week.
I mean, I didn't. It's like one of those things. I just didn't have much content. I was like, whatever. What am I gonna do? Okay, I guess I'm gonna do this because I don't have anything better to do.
Yep.
Okay. Also, what's going on with the auction house?
It's fixed.
Is it? Wait, what?
They fixed it. As yesterday, as of recording, so on Sunday night for everyone else, they fixed the auction house. Apparently, some engineers worked over the weekend to fix the auction house because it was practically unusable for everyone, and it's running pretty much smoothly now.
I'm personally surprised that they worked over the weekend, especially since it's Labor Day today in the U.S.
Fucking heroes is what they are. Because that auction house was not usable.
Well, it was if you used Auctionator. Kinda. Alright. Other stuff that we've seen this week. We saw some class tuning. I would describe this as non-impactful class tuning, but trying to raise the bottom a little bit and lower the top a little bit. But looking at the numbers, it seems like, you know, classes only got about 3 to 4% one way or the other, so basically not too much. I remember reading from the DK Discord that this change ended up being about 3.5 to 4%. This Moonkin change was like net even, basically. Dev ended up being probably the largest one with a 6% aura buff, so maybe a slight gain. This Fire Mage one was basically nothing. The Sun Fury change ended up impacting Arcane Mage. I want to say that ended up being like a 2 or 3% damage nerf, including some rotational changes. The Ellie changes. Ellie got like 6% damage nerf, but now their mastery is much better, and you know Farseer also ended up getting a slight buff. So quite good things overall, I think, for the all these changes. I don't think that these things really impacted too much. I think the largest one was like Disc Priest now heals 100% increase with their atonement outside of raid. I think this was the only one that I saw and I was like, wow, that was actually a bigger change than I thought.
Yeah, there's been 2 healer changes. The Disc Priest changes is actually pretty big, and it makes me feel better because like they got like it is just such a massive change. It's literally like probably a 15 to 20% healing change. Like in
they needed it.
But yeah, right. And it's like I don't even know if the running joke is like, yeah, they're at least C tier now. Like we're very happy for this change. But I mean, it's hard to know because now you can't really test it. We just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Another change that got sneakily added actually in the patch before this was a bug fix with Chrono Warden for Prez Evoker that I mean the details don't matter, but it basically fixed the bug that people were using, so sort of like Arcane Mages where you could like double dip on procs, and it was like actually a somewhat significant healing nerf. It's hard to know exactly how it's going to work, but Prez did actually get hit with a little bit of nerfs.
Not a lot of nerfs though, right?
Yeah, I mean, they do Giga Healing right now, so it's like, you know,
yeah.
It's like, imagine if, sort of like the Arcane Mage stuff, it's like, well, they were doing Giga Dam, they got nerfed a little bit, like, they're still probably really good, but we sort of have to, like, see exactly. Oh, yeah, the Arcane Mage stuff is really, really funny, by the way.
They got really mad about this. Yeah,
yeah.
Burden of, okay, so basically Nether Tempest double dips, but now Burden of Power can no longer be double dipped with spell queuing. I think this is a good change, personally. I think it's complete garbage that you... Spell queuing is such a nonsense mechanic that any normal player is not going to understand how spell queuing abilities work correctly. What were we going to say, Squishy? Sorry for cutting you off.
Wasn't this the change that they reverted during beta or something like that, and then they brought it back, and then it got and now it's getting reverted again?
Not exactly. So that one was with Nether Tempest, and so now they have one ability that double dips with spell queuing and one ability that doesn't.
You have my focus.
Okay.
Glad you comply.
Yeah, basically,
Follow
like,
me down to the
you
archive
have,
and I'll
it's
show you
not
what
a builder
Dagran and
spender,
I
but
have been
like to
working on.
make the explanation easier, imagine if like you have the choice to buff either your builder or spender. That's what Nether Precision, you can queue them
Nether
together.
Yeah.
Nether Precision, you can queue them both together so that you use the builder, then spend, and it buffs both of them. And then there's another buff from the hero talents that also does the same thing. You can decide to buff your next builder or spender. And because both of these things work the same way, it basically, well, I mean, either way, I'm not going to say if it's like more fun or whatever, just the rotation. But, you know, you didn't really make the choice of do you use it on the builder or spender, you just send it on both every time. And now you may have to like reverse the way that you normally think about things if you want to buff your spender instead of your builder. But the TLDR is they basically changed the rotation and like messed with weak auras and stuff that were like, you know, oh, it lights up if you need to use the, like normally you didn't care about it because you could just use it on both, but now you have to like actually think and figure stuff out. So everyone's waiting outside of the mage tower, waiting for all of the high archmages to come down with the sims to explain what we should all do.
I think that spell queuing just as a mechanic, like Druid has had a couple of things that they've had to spell queue in the past, and I think it is just in general way too complicated for players to be able to optimize in any meaningful capacity. I do understand from their perspective how it's like more fun to play or whatever they say about it. I just don't think it's like super healthy for a spec to be like double dipping via spell queuing like that. It's kind of tough.
Yeah, Arcane Mage has a lot of like unhealthy interactions, like clipping, like it's sort of like Evoker has, where you like you have to end your channeled spells early because it's not even worth it to stay channeled. From what I understand, like Arcane just has a lot of like, it's cool, right? Like it's one of those things where if you're into that kind of stuff, it's cool and it seems fun, but it's very unintuitive of like, you know, oh, I have this arcane missile spell and it should be fun, but like, nope, cancel that, do something else, this is not good. And it's like, it's just weird.
I have like two parts of me where it's like the high-end player part of me where I'm like, okay, this is kind of cool. Like I have like spell queuing bullshit with like Legion legendaries and whatnot, and I thought that was like really sick on my Druid. But then I have like the class writer, you know, class Discord person part of me where somebody comes in and asks a question about spell queuing and you have to explain it like in like really long length, and then they just go, why? Why do I have to do any of that?
Yeah.
You're just like,
yeah, I mean that's essentially the evoker stuff. Is like, you know, you get something that buffs your next friendly heal, but if you use it on an enemy and then it bounces to a friendly and you have it like it doesn't consume the buff, and then you can like sequence things, and yeah, like I understand why they fixed it. I think the big concern is just it's annoying that they fixed it now when it's like, you know, the whole point of this week is to try your character, and you know what I mean? Like, you literally can't even, you're like, I'm doing the rotation on a target dummy, and I'm like, hey, is this how, right? And they're like, well, actually, in 2 days, that's not how you do it. And it's just like, well, what?
I think the other thing that's interesting about this class tuning changes is, I guess just in the past as well, there's just kind of been a lack of tank changes.
Are tanks
since
bad
they
right
did.
now? What are they doing?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I don't necessarily think that tanks are bad, but they did that big overhaul, like tank nerf, and then tanks have just kind of not been present.
I'm just watching videos, mate, and trying to be a better holy pardon.
Champion, Ranger General.
But I normally stream with myself and my brother. Brother tanks, I heal. But no, otherwise just catching up on my YouTube, playing well, so might as well stream it. No. As soon as that cash is there now. Yeah, that's because I'm just on I'm watching YouTube bit, but this is the game screen. Yeah, just queuing up heroics, gearing up. Patiently waiting for next week and next reset.
Do you have an... I see Zorion has returned. Does he bring our new Stormward with him?
No. Our new Stormward has been right here all along. Lufcella has done what Baelgrim and I failed to do for thousands of years. She's brought the Stormrooks to be as equal partners, with compassion and understanding.
Oh, nice. Is it out yet? There's a... You complete the quest line now, can't you? I know it was locked for the first 2 weeks. Cool. What class did you go with for the event? That's the worst for you. Exchange panels. Cool. I guess that's the easy way. Do you know whether they start at a higher level or you have to start from like level 1? Just be a bit shit to not be in the most recent expansion. Might jump on one in a bit then. Oh, level 10. It's always been like weird how they start it. And you have to go through all content just after an expansion's launched. Never mind. Oh, I found healing far easier on the monk. You can't eat regular food. You just eat stone or something. I didn't know that. That's brilliant. Can they actually create the stone though, their food? Or do they have to go buy it from a specific vendor? That's brilliant. Suppose that makes sense. Now they can drink. Right, concentration mode or slightly. Oh, somebody left. Get this big pull done.
Intruders, find them.
Always a little bit dubious about these big pulls. If DPS manage not getting hit, it's all good. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's something that people are going to have to consider if they're pushing Mythic Plus or Raid-in. I guess it will all be figured out. There'll have to be a specific Earthen guide on Wowhead or something people have to make. Either way, be good to see. I forget what their racials are actually, whether they bring anything worthwhile to the table in Raid-in or Mythic Plus. Ah, right, fair enough. That's all good. It's just in big concentration mode there because tank's like doing a really big pull from the bridge to this part. I'm right in saying that Earthen can be all classes, or it's like Druid, they can't be. Yeah.
Incompetent drones. I will end you myself. You'll falter, my swarm.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah, it makes it. It'd be really cruel to have. Yeah, you can create an overmage, but you can't eat the food that you can make. Funny, but a bit cruel. You all up to date on your main with all your weeklies? Or you still got a whole bunch to do?
Once, my people
Yeah,
thrived under the guidance of the Black Empire.
Whoops. I don't go on
Never
hold.
refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Ansurek and the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Ashkahet.
No, mate. Get me out of here. Bubble? Yeah. Brilliant.
The harvest will prevail! For I take you all! My blood!
Love it. Okay, they're pretty cool. How's this trinket matchup? Not really want to have to do anything, so the more passive the better. That's more fun than that one. I need a belt. I need to go see if there's a belt on auction house.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Actually, no. I'm gonna see what I can make. What's the reward for? None yet. Oh. We'll make some arrows. Okay, I can make it 580. Don't want to make it any more difficult. Okay, so risks I could do. Okay, let's go get another one of them.
calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Let's go. I think I've got captured Starlight. No. I'm not buying all of them. Can't just get the first one. Okay.
Return and peruse my inventory again.
How do I make it enchanted again? Oh, work order. I need to be at...
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Rest. What is it? Enchanted Weathered Crest. I'll go get the dust.
My directive has been fulfilled. I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Storm West. Oh my god.
My thanks for your patience.
That's mad.
My directive is to serve you.
Enchanted Weathered Harbinger Crest. To... I think it's Saren. Long girl. Send this to John.
Return and peruse my inventory again.
Let's go to bank.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
No, I'll just sell that shit. Consumable. Sell all of them. Mine when I quit. Right.
My thanks for your patronage.
Send to.
My directive is to serve you. Return and peruse my inventory.
Let's go make this. Means of reductions. Alright, I am going to end the stream. I go for a bit of a break, and I'll be back later tonight. Cheers, guys.